Chapter 171, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update, _1 Who? Minister Su leaned over to take a look. He only saw the name Bai Lian. He had just been transferred today, and was informed that he would be in charge of the Calligraphy Association matter. This slot had been directly assigned to him by the director, and Minister Su hardly knew anyone involved. Apart from Ren Wanxian, he had only heard of Chiu Buqing. Not to mention the name Bai Lian, he hadn't even heard of anyone with the surname Bai in Xiangqing, but with caution, he still asked a question. Do you know her? Ren Wanxian spoke indifferently. My father's niece. Ren Wangshuan's father? Minister Su had not heard of her father's name. He only knew that the Ren family had taken in a son-in-law. I see. Minister Su suddenly felt enlightened. Miss Ren, shall we exchange contact information? Of course. Seeing that Minister Su was on board, Ren Wanxian was not stingy either. The two amicably added each other on WeChat. Minister Su smiled. This was not his first time doing such a thing. As a new official, he was using an insignificant person to ingratiate himself with Ren Wanxian and the Ren family. This deal was indeed extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Su-en was having a meal with Ji Hung and others. The place was Su-en's rented cottage, where he was always able to lighten the mood. He started the conversation. Why isn't Alien here today? Alien had something to attend to the day before yesterday. Xinqing felt a bit uneasy about the situation, but Ji Hung and Ji Xiaojun were never ones to talk much. She has to make up classes today and is quite busy. Naturally, she would not say that Bai Lian didn't want to come here. The implication was clear. Bai Lian hadn't been attending school the past few days. Across from Xinqing, Ji Mulan was holding her chopsticks and glanced at Su-en subconsciously. Su-en didn't mind. He knew about Bai Lian's grades and lightly moved past the subject. The date has been tentatively set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, close to the new year. Alien will be on holiday by then, so you all will have time to attend. After the wedding, you can still enjoy a few days in Jiangjing. At the mention of the wedding date, Ji Mulan's expression softened. This was the date they had all agreed upon. Ji Hung put down his chopsticks, took out his pipe but didn't smoke it. His calloused hands caressed the pipe as he looked at Su-en. Does your family know about this? He was referring to Su-en's mother. I've moved out and I've mentioned it to them in advance. Su-en smiled unconcerned. It's our life after all. If Alien comes over, she can live with us too. Su-en had everything arranged properly. As he spoke, suddenly there was a noise from upstairs. Upon hearing it, Su-en recognized it as Su Yajun's voice. He didn't wait to excuse himself from Ji Hung as he stood up. Miss Su? At the dining table, as soon as Su-en left, Xinqing felt less oppressed. After about a few minutes, Su-en came down the stairs holding his phone. Behind him followed a woman in a white dress. She had a delicate face, but she didn't look very well. Sorry, I have to drive someone. Su-en apologized and explained to Ji Hung. Miss Su said there's been a change at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and she's anxious to return to Jiangjing. I'm going to see her out. Traditional Calligraphers Association? Xinqing had never heard the term and asked instinctively. At most, she had heard of calligraphy and paintings. Although Ji Mulan didn't introduce her, Xinqing also knew that the woman following Su-en wasn't an ordinary person. Especially given Su-en's respectful attitude, Su-en had no intention of introducing Su Yajun to them. For the first time, Su-en was surprised to find someone unaware of the Calligraphy Association. He paused, unsure how to explain. Ji Mulan couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Xinqing. Su Yajun looked at Xinqing indifferently. While her gaze bore no particular meaning, to Xinqing, it felt somewhat piercing. Uncle Su, I'm in a hurry to return to Jiangjing. All right. Su-en picked up his car keys and nodded to Ji Hung. He also signaled for Ji Mulan to take good care of the Ji family's guests. After Su-en and Su Yajun left, Xinqing turned to Ji Xiaojun. Should I have not spoken just now? She was just an ordinary and common market woman. Ji Xiaojun was quite used to it over the years and shook his head, indicating it was all right. However, Ji Mulan's face turned cold, looking back and forth between Xinqing and Ji Xiaojun. She was amused with annoyance. Since he's not here, Ji Hung finally lit his pipe, the smoke rising thinly, blurring his vision. Let me remind you not to push Alien too hard. Ji Mulan watched Ji Hung smoke his pipe. The image of Bai Lian flashed through her mind in an instant, and she made the connection in a heartbeat. Isn't what I'm doing for her own good? Me pushing her? She used to listen to me so much, but look what she's learned since coming to Xiangqing. Chapter 172, 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _2 Ji Mulan is just a refined egoist who never thinks she's the one with a problem. What does it mean that she learned something in Xiangqing? Qing's temper flared up, and she became domineering. She knows so much more than you, you're not fit to talk about her. The last few sentences she said were somewhat dirty. Ji Mulan hadn't expected that even Qing would dare to raise her voice and talk to her like that. She pointed at Qing, her chest heaving violently. Ji Xiaojun hurriedly stopped Qing, preventing her from cursing further. Let's stop here for today. Think about Alien's matter. We are going home first. With a cold face, Ji Mulan saw the three of them out, then sat in the hall contemplating whether her return this time was right or wrong. By the time Su En finished sending Su Yajun back, Ji Hung and the others had left long ago. Su En sensed a very familiar nicotine smell in the air, sniffed it, and then asked, "Have your dad and the others left?" The smell of smoke was indeed familiar. MHM. Ji Mulan didn't want to talk about them any further, seeing Su En standing still. What's wrong? What cigarettes does your dad smoke? Su En pondered for a moment. Ji Mulan shook her head. My brother gave them to him. After speaking, she looked at Su En. It's nothing. Su En shook his head, then it was no problem, and changed the subject. Do you know about Bacter Street? Bacter Street was across the river. Ji Mulan had known about it since she was a child, but didn't know much. It's chaotic. What happened? Someone's competing with me for the territory. As soon as the tourism planning of Xiangqing was released, many were eyeing it, and Su En had the advantage of quick information within the circle. Mr. Ren's secretary said that those people seemed to have the backing of a bar, not something easily messed with. Having known each other for so long, Ji Mulan saw Su En worried for the first time. She was truly surprised. There were people in Bacter Street, and even Jiangjing that could not be provoked? Bai Lian received a message from Qiu Xuezheng on her way back to Purist Street. One was about the award ceremony. Two was about the launch ceremony of the Calligraphy Association this Saturday. She must attend. Leaning back in her seat, Bai Lian tapped the screen subconsciously. What is this? And they even want me to attend in person. To be honest, sharing an award with people who haven't properly practiced brush calligraphy made Bai Lian feel awkward. Qiu Xuezheng. I asked for you, no one else can accept the award on your behalf. Bai Lian was straightforward. Then I don't want it. Qiu Xuezheng. Do you realize what you're saying? Bai Lian reverted to her carefree state. She lazily tilted her head. This wouldn't be illegal, would it? Jiang Fulai finished processing a page of documents. Hearing someone casually use words like peace and illegal, he even considered borrowing criminal and civil law books from Qi Yundai for a bit. And then he started to think. How many things had she done? Stay calm, he lifted his head. His fingers holding the pen were very cold. His mind flashed through various possibilities, very calm. Talk to me first. Bai Lian turned off her phone and leisurely took down her slightly loose hairpin to reinsert it properly. Just the Traditional Calligraphers Association. She briefly explained. Jiang Fulai slightly relaxed. This was indeed a minor issue. His gaze lingered on the hairpin at the back of her head for a while, his tone neutral. I'll have someone pick it up for you. Proxy acceptance? Bai Lian smoothed her sleeves, raising her eyebrows. A trifle. Jiang Fulai replied unhurriedly. The car arrived at Purist Street. Bai Lian got out of the car, while Jiang He intended to follow her out. He was pulled back by Jiang Fulai using 2 fingers. Jiang He kicked his leg a bit. In the end he was frustrated. Jiang Fulai stood tall and handsome beside the car, watching Bai Lian walk back, and only returned to the car unhurriedly afterward. Then he took out his phone and found someone on WeChat. Go collect an award on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijue was a bit stunned. He rubbed his temples, thinking there might be a problem from working overtime, and signaled his executive director to come over. Read this message from young Master Jiang for me. Seeing the name on the contact, the director felt tingles. He read it out with a hard scalp. Ah, Jiang Shijue muttered, looking up. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me. The next day, Lu Lingxi took Yang Lin back to school. Things hadn't changed much. Bai Lian sat at her desk, observed Yang Lin for a long while, and then took out her phone to message Chief Chin. Help me check on someone. She remembered Chief Chin was from officialdom. Saturday. The final location of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was chosen next to the water wheel by the Xiangqing Building, a well-preserved ancient building. Knowing the location, Bai Lian arrived early. She stood in front of the tall threshold, looking up at the architectural relic with many years behind it. Chapter 173. 065 Alien. Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update. _3 Her gaze was dark and cold. The entrance must have been renovated many times, but one could still tell that the gate was in the shape of a spire, overlooking the rockery inside and the surrounding corridors. She knew that just beyond the corridors lay the conference hall. She wondered if the sand table was still there. Now the entrance and the corridors were adorned with bright red silk. Firecrackers and fireworks were lined up at the grand entrance, while the staff bustled about cheerfully. Her hem was gently tugged. Bai Lian looked down to see Jiang He looking up at her. Bai Lian stretched out her hand and ruffled his hair. Miss Bai, Ming Dongheng said respectfully, holding the car keys. I'll wait for you outside. Please take care of the young master. Bai Lian, holding Jiang He's hand, stepped inside, crossed the corridor, and saw the sign-in desk on the left at a glance. A long row of tables was set up, covered with tea-colored tablecloths. The hostess greeted them with a gentle smile and perfect demeanor. Hello, guest, please sign in here. She gracefully reached for the sign-in sheet and handed Bai Lian a pen, asking Bai Lian to sign her name. Bai Lian had arrived early and saw the lengthy sign-in sheet untouched. No guests had arrived yet. Her eyes scanned from top to bottom, but her name was nowhere to be found. Hello, the hostess said in surprise, quickly taking the sign-in sheet. May I know which guest you are? Let me help you find it. No need, my name's not on there, Bai Lian said, instantly knowing her name was absent. I'll ask around. She took out her phone, intending to ask Qiu Xuezheng. What's the matter? At the entrance, Ren Qian's secretary-general and a middle-aged man were laughing as they entered. They noticed the scene from afar. Minister Su, the hostess said, this guest can't find her name, and I'm checking for any omissions. Minister Su, upon seeing Bai Lian, instantaneously realized who she was. He involuntarily turned to the Secretary-General. The Secretary-General's gaze met Bai Lian's, and his smile vanished in an instant. He stood at the threshold and addressed Bai Lian. Miss Bai, I know you're proficient in Liang style, and joining the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association must be important to you, right? Ordinary people in Xiangqing could not easily secure notable masters like Ren Wanxian had. Minister Su stood beside the Secretary-General, looking up at the sky. The hostess from before seemed to have understood something as well. She looked down and quickly stepped back. Bai Lian calmly ended the call, looked up, the sky-blue dress complementing her serene face. Go on. You're quite sensible now. The Secretary-General looked at Bai Lian, silent for a moment. He now had complicated feelings about her. Jingjing said. The promotional video was recorded by you as a stand-in for Miss, right? If you agree to let our Miss re-record the video, I'll ask Minister Su to add you back to the list. He no longer dwelled on their past issues. Bai Lian's mastery of Liang style would eventually come to Ren Qian's attention. Give it to her? Bai Lian narrowed her eyes. The Secretary-General was about to praise Bai Lian for being understanding when her unhurried 3 words struck him like a thunderbolt the next second. Is she worthy? You. The Secretary-General glared at Bai Lian, his eyes fierce. You're nothing but dogs that grovel behind the Ren family, begging for scraps. Old Master Ren might respect you, but you've certainly started to take yourself too seriously. Minister Su at his side was taken aback by the Secretary-General's tone. The Ren family indeed had the final say in this part of Xiangqing. He just didn't know how this girl had managed to offend the Secretary General. Fortunately, he hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian yesterday. Minister Su wiped off a bead of sweat. Otherwise this Secretary General would have inevitably spoken ill of him in front of Ren Qian. Bai Lian stood in the arcade beneath, her almond eyes clear and deep, reflecting the inverse of the rockery before her. She scoffed at the Secretary General. "Do you think giving me a spot is such a great favor to me? You can't possibly believe I'm keen on joining the Calligraphy Association, do you?" The Secretary General frowned, not comprehending her meaning. Tired, Bai Lian glanced at the Secretary General. "Idiot, go play by yourself." Leaving with Jiang He, she turned and walked out the door. Chapter 174. 066 just casually crossed out the applicant's name. _1 Bai Lian left in such a decisive manner that the Secretary General and Minister Su took a long while to regain their composure. Especially the Secretary General. Ren Qian was still unaware of the incident where Ren Wanxian didn't take a video. The Secretary General had originally thought that Bai Lian would make a compromise this time. It was the first time Xiangqing had held a Calligraphy Association event, of great significance. Anyone who understood the underlying importance would not give up this opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bai Lian was tough and left as soon as she said she would. The Secretary General watched Bai Lian's retreating back, his eyes unfathomable. Having obtained the video recording from Ren Wangxuan's hands, and being able to join the first batch at the startup ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian was now far from being one of the Ji family's unimportant people in the Secretary General's mind. Next to him, Minister Su finally withdrew his gaze that had been fixed on the sky, acting as if nothing had happened. He personally handed a pen over to the Secretary General with a smile and a jest. "Please." He felt no particular sentiment about Bai Lian's departure. To him, she was just a name he had casually crossed out. She was merely one of the countless waves he had personally suppressed. For Minister Su, it was the Ren family and this Secretary General who were the most important at the moment. He had climbed to this position with great difficulty. Naturally, he had to grasp the thoughts of those above him. As for fairness, there's no such thing in this world. Ming Dongheng's car was parked not far away. There were many people today, so he didn't go in with Bai Lian and Jiang He but parked the car on the next street instead, from where he could see Bai Lian appearing at the end of the street. Bai Lian's coat today was the same color scheme as her inner garment, both close to sky blue. It wasn't that particularly dazzling blue, but rather a serene blue revealed through the gaps in clouds after rain, pure and gentle. However, it didn't match Bai Lian's indifferent complexion. Although he didn't know the reason, Ming Dongheng felt that Bai Lian seemed to be in a bad mood at the moment. Ming Dongheng quickly snapped out of it and got out of the car. He opened the door. "Miss Bai, why have you returned so early?" Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Calligraphy Association, but he knew that Bai Lian was supposed to attend the startup ceremony today. He had attended such events himself, which usually took an entire morning. Even if one left early, it would take at least 2 hours, but Bai Lian had returned too quickly. "It's nothing." Bai Lian stood at the car door with a languid yet sharp air about her, and gestured for Jiang He to get into the back seat first. "Let's go to the library." Her backpack was already in the car, so there was no need to return to Purist Street just to pick it up. There was some distance from the city wall to the library. Taking bus route 12 would require a detour along the Ring City Road past Purist Street to get to the library. Ming Dongheng took a shortcut through the middle ring to drop off Bai Lian and Jiang He at the library. Ming Dongheng sat in the car, watching the backs of Bai Lian and Jiang He. After some thought, he reported to Jiang Fulai, "Miss Bai has come out." On Saturday, the library had more people than usual. When Bai Lian arrived, the second floor was already half full of patrons. She and Jiang He found an empty spot and sat down. As soon as she turned on her phone, she saw a message from Jiang Fulai. "Jiang teacher. Back already? Bai student." Tired, nothing more was said. Bai Lian scrolled down further, seeing that Lance had also messaged her. "Lance. Myopia can really be Lance. Goodness, this is unbelievable. Bai Lian." Lance never minded Bai Lian's reticence. "I am coordinating with my assistant to find time." Bai Lian. The two had intermittently exchanged medical knowledge over time. Bai Lian's mind was filled with thousands of years of uninterrupted traditional Chinese medicine, discussing many pharmacological aspects that amazed Lance. Meanwhile, the surgical videos sent by Lance also made Bai Lian realize the horror of Western medicine. In their respective fields, both held a kind of proud solitude that overshadowed all others. Initially resistant, Bai Lian's attitude had turned into one of reverence. She even somewhat admired those who had developed Western medicine to its current glory. She wished she could too. Lance was referring today to Bai Lian's suggestion from a few days ago that acupuncture could cure his myopia. Due to his profession, Lance couldn't use laser treatment and was planning to arrange some time for her to treat his myopia. Bai Lian was very straightforward. I don't have a medical license. Lance seemed to take a moment to check what a medical license was, as his response was a bit slow. Lance. Bai Lian didn't look any further, and kept scrolling until she saw the Jiangjing brother who had competed with her. Bai Lian. Spamming. With just a question mark, the Jiangjing brother at the award ceremony was startled by her message, and dared not post another word afterwards. She replied one by one until she reached the back and saw the documents sent by Director Chen. Bai Lian slowly sat up straight. It was a document. Chapter 175. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _2 Director Chen is not a detective agency after all, and the information he could obtain was limited. There was even less about Yang Lin, only her address, family information, and some records at the police station. Bai Lian looked slowly from the top down. There was no news about Yang Lin's mother. Director Chen had specifically noted in the mother's column that her mother was driven away by her father when she was 5 years old. And Yang Lin's father had multiple detention records, either for causing trouble while drunk or for gambling. Bai Lian's fingertips slowly scrolled down, flipping to a very old record. Yang Lin had called the police when she was 9 years old. Bai Lian sent a screenshot of this record to Director Chen. Frowny face. Image. Director Chen replied very quickly. Frowny face with such cases had be detained for a few days, and once back, he would become even more abusive. Director Chen. Frowny face. Now that she's turned 18, I suggest she relocate her household registration and distance herself from him. Bai Lian was silent for a long time. 1. As Bai Lian was pulling books out of her backpack, she asked Director Chen about the relocation of the household registration. Meanwhile, Ren Qian received Ji Mulan and Su En at the Ren family household. Su En's visit this time was for the major tourism business. He was from Jiangjing and reaped the benefits of Jiangjing, but he had no clear idea about the power dynamics in Xiangqing. I understand what Mr. Su means. Ren Qian never brushed off Su En. You're probably talking about Boss Lu. Boss Lu. It was another surname Su En hadn't heard of. He looked towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan hadn't been back to Xiangqing in over a decade, and was even less clear about the situation. Ren Qian set down his teacup and solemnly said, his main business is on Bacter Street. The manager of Qinglong Bar is very familiar with him. Does Mr. Su understand what I'm saying now? Xiangqing turned a blind eye to Bacter Street. One reason was that the place was on the border, not within their jurisdiction, and the second was the intricate web of powers there. A bar with the most comprehensive information in Asia, a world-famous fighting arena, an auction house on the underworld that no one dares to provoke. Ren Qian could manage a city well, knowing whom he could provoke and whom he couldn't. He had a list in his heart. I see. Su En furrowed his brows. Qinglong Bar, do you have Boss Lu's contact information? He had actually guessed as much. Since he couldn't go it alone, he also wanted to collaborate with this Boss Lu, especially with the backing of people from Qinglong Bar. Su En didn't expect that little Xiangqing could offer him such a big surprise. By his side, Ji Mulan naturally hadn't heard of any of this. But she didn't ask, just looked at Su En and he patted the back of her hand. Mr. Su, Ren Qian was still due at a ceremony later today. I need to attend the launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, so I won't keep you both any longer. Su En stood up, surprised that Xiangqing even lacked a calligraphy association. But then he thought about it, considering Xiangqing didn't even have a high-speed rail yet, and he felt he could understand. He politely took his leave from Ren Qian. Only once they were outside did Ji Mulan ask Su En about Qinglong Bar. Backter Street. Su En took out his car keys, opened the door, and turned his head to explain to Ji Mulan. It's a complex border area. For Qinglong Bar to be established there, the forces behind it are no less significant than the several big families in Jiangjing. It's normal that you don't know. The several big families in Jiangjing? Ji Mulan settled into the passenger seat, looking rather silent. The launch ceremony of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was an important event. Ren Qian wore a dark-colored formal suit and called the Secretary General to confirm. Did you inform Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen said he is working on a case. The Secretary General was very respectful and doesn't have time. Ren Qian wasn't surprised but felt a sense of regret. Ren Wanxian had also dressed meticulously in a design gown, accompanying Ren Qian to the vicinity of Xiangqing Building. When the two arrived, it was already 9 o'clock. The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau and Qiu Xuezhing were standing at the entrance. The Secretary General and Director Su dared not be negligent, standing at the entrance accompanying the two of them. Ren Qian was startled, wondering why these two elders were outside to receive him. Teacher Qiu, why are you two outside? Qiu Xuezhing was in high spirits, having especially worn a gown with dark red helical patterns for the day, smiled at Ren Qian. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian looked at each other in confusion. He thought Qiu Xuezhing was waiting for him, but didn't expect they were waiting for someone else. Qiu Xuezhing, however, didn't say much, only occasionally glancing down at the time. Then his gaze turned towards the street corner. The launch ceremony was to start promptly at 9:30. It was 9:10. Bai Lian had not yet arrived. Because Bai Lian had made a good impression on Qiu Xuezhing, he didn't think she was someone who would be late. But as the start of the launch ceremony neared, and there was still no sign of Bai Lian, Qiu Xuezhing couldn't help but send Bai Lian a message. Frowny face, where are you? Chapter 176. 066 casually crossed out the applicant's name. _3 The other side did not reply. 9:20. Qiu Xuezhing finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he took out his cell phone to give Bai Lian a call. The library. When Jiang Fulai arrived, only Jiang He was sitting at his seat, flipping through a book in a sullen manner. He simply reached out and knocked leisurely on Jiang He's desk. Jiang He looked up, somewhat expressionless. Bathroom. Jiang Fulai withdrew his hand, his gaze always carrying a nonchalant aloofness when he looked at people. Bai Lian had gone to the bathroom without her cell phone, which lit up on the desk. Jiang Fulai immediately spotted Teacher Qiu's call. He was the one who single-handedly facilitated the matter with the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, and he knew who Qiu Xuezhing was. Bai Lian was supposed to attend the Calligraphy Association today, but hadn't gone. Jiang Fulai glanced at the incoming call and directly cut it off. Why are you here? Bai Lian, who had just finished washing her hands, came out, wiping her fingers with a paper towel in a leisurely manner, and spoke in a lowered voice. Jiang Fulai didn't speak. He just coolly glanced at Jiang He. Jiang He angrily made room for him. Jiang Fulai sat down, his hand lightly resting on the desk, and spoke indifferently. I was driven out by the people at the institute. Deep in the mountains of Xiangqing, CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Hewen was observing particle collisions, using machinery to search for the decay products of strange atoms when he suddenly sneezed and muttered, I hope it's not someone thinking of me. No reply to WeChat messages and no answer to phone calls. Qiu Zheng's brow furrowed. 9:25. Director Su didn't dare to urge Qiu Xuezhing and couldn't help but look towards Ren Qian for help. Ren Qian took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, Teacher Qiu, let's go in and wait. It's almost the auspicious time. All right, said Qiu Xuezhing, holding his cell phone, but his frown did not relax. As he stepped over the threshold, the receptionist came forward with the sign-in book and handed it to Qiu Xuezhing and the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Director Su, we'll still need your help with the Calligraphy Association in the future, Ren Qian said smilingly to Director Su. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was the bridge for communication with Beijing and Jiangjing. Director Su wanted to ingratiate himself with the Ren family, and Ren Qian also wanted to get on good terms with Director Su, a mutually beneficial relationship. His name was further down the list. Qiu Xuezheng scanned it and saw that everyone on the first page had arrived, and almost everyone on the second page had too, except for one unchecked box. Suddenly realizing something, Qiu Xuezheng flipped back to the first page and looked down the list of names. Bai Lian's name was missing. Why is there one person missing? Where's Bai Lian? Qiu Xuezheng asked the receptionist coldly. The director of the Culture Bureau, who was looking out the door, was startled by the question. What happened? He hadn't examined it closely before and now took the sign-in sheet from Qiu Zizheng's hand. Indeed, Bai Lian's name wasn't there. Director Su was taking care of people involved in the opening ceremony. Being Ziyang Cheng's chief planner for this event, he hurried out from the commotion and quietly told Qiu Xuezheng to lower his voice. Ren Qian also faintly heard the name Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian lowered her head, sipping at her tea, masking the contempt in her eyes. The Secretary General calmly glossed over the incident. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian for a while, holding his teacup, and ultimately chose not to meddle too much. The media journalists are all here. Director Su glanced at the lobby, gesturing for Qiu Xuezheng to speak more quietly, then explained. I didn't know Bai Lian was one of yours. I was the one who crossed out the name by mistake. Let's talk about this later. Qiu Xuezheng suddenly knew why Bai Lian wasn't answering the phone or responding to messages. She was someone who had never intended to compete, who went to Jiangjing for the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association slot only to return and have her name crossed off by some inexplicable people. Did she come by this morning? Qiu Xuezheng asked just one question. Director Su hesitated, glanced at the Secretary General, and then nodded. Qiu Xuezheng took a deep breath, restraining his composure, resisting the urge to smash the sign-in sheet into Director Zu's face. He pulled out his phone and turned to leave the place. Teacher Qiu. Director Su was panic-stricken. Qiu Xuezheng was the second most important figure for this opening ceremony, next only to Ren Qian. The Calligraphy Association's future talent acquisition would largely depend on Qiu Zizheng's reputation. How could he leave? Both Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian saw Qiu Xuezheng leave, and at this point, they could no longer pretend not to notice. Ren Qian stepped out. Why is Teacher Qiu leaving? Director Su was also frustrated. Director, isn't Teacher Qiu being too frivolous? I said I accidentally crossed out a name, and if he still wants someone to come in, I could in a few days. Frivolous? The director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau interrupted, glaring at Director Su, then verbally lashed out. Cross out just like that? With just one stroke, you crossed off an applicant's name, and you think you have such insight. Chapter 177. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _1 When Qiu Xuezheng left, Minister Su had a vague sense of unease in his heart. Just as the director finished speaking, darkness seemed to fall before his eyes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The applicant? Minister Su turned to the Secretary General and Ren Wanxian a few steps away. Miss Ren, didn't you say that Bai Lian was just a relative of your family? How did she become the applicant? Minister Zu's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. He had finally gotten this opportunity, only to offend the most important person here because of a single remark from Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian, who had been observing with a cold eye, moved the corners of his lips slightly, finding it fantastical. She is the applicant? In his eyes, Bai Lian was someone completely unrelated to the Calligraphy Association. So how did she suddenly become the applicant? Why hadn't the Ji family let slip a word? Mr. Ren, said the director, his face cooling, probably understanding the situation. Let's postpone today's commencement ceremony until Miss Bai arrives. He didn't exchange further words with the Ren family. He left promptly, following in Qiu Zizheng's footsteps. Miss Ren, you really have caused me a disaster this time. Minister Su gave Ren Wanxian a look. The stir-causing commencement ceremony was thus put on hold. Ren Qian held his forehead, glanced at Ren Wanxian, who was looking downside, and said to the Secretary General, look into this. Before lunchtime, Bai Lian finally answered Qiu Zizheng's call. They agreed to meet at the coffee shop on the first floor of the library. Qiu Xuezheng hadn't been to such a place in many years, and upon entering the coffee shop, he saw Bai Lian sitting by the window. Next to her sat a stranger, whose face he couldn't see, but whose silhouette was somehow disturbingly alarming. By classmate, Qiu Xuezheng sat across from Bai Lian, not daring to look at the person next to her, and apologized. I just found out about today's incident, and it's related to me as well. He and the director had already investigated the matter thoroughly. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian, a quantum mechanics book in hand, and upon hearing this, his long, narrow phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Russell, his pale, slender fingers turned a page. Even without saying another word, the nearly 70-year-old Qiu Xuezheng felt an inexplicable pressure. Old Mr. Ren also said he wants to personally apologize to you. Bai Lian sat leisurely inside, one hand lazily propping up her chin, quietly listening to Qiu Xuezheng finish, her long eyelashes casting a subtle shadow. It's her, huh? Qiu Xuezheng looked at Bai Lian, clearly tense. No need to apologize. I could continue, but then remove those two names from the list, Bai Lian said, turning her head to look outside the window, her voice neutral. Qiu Xuezheng didn't know about the conflict between Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian. But Ren Wanxian was, after all, his prized disciple. Hearing Bai Lian's words gave him pause. This was beyond his expectations. Minister Su is already making arrangements, but Wanxian, after all, she is Ren Qian's granddaughter. Qiu Xuezheng considered both sides. Bai Lian, although a student with decent calligraphy skills, also needed a stroke of luck. Bai Lian's phone vibrated, a message from Ji Xiaojun, inviting her to have a meal together. Bai Lian didn't want to talk more with Qiu Xuezheng and stood up, nodding slightly to Qiu Xuezheng. Teacher Qiu, I only have one request. If met, I'll continue. Qiu Xuezheng stood up, wanting to follow. At the seat, Jiang Fulai closed his book and looked up, glancing over at Qiu Xuezheng. Those pale, shallow phoenix eyes, with just a fleeting glance, made Qiu Xuezheng stop dead in his tracks. At Ji Xian's home, an old 6-story building. The elder on the first floor brought a basket of eggs for Shen Qing, holding her hand. Little Shen, you and Xiaojun need to look out for us. We've lived here all our lives, we really don't want to leave. I know, Auntie. Shen Qing took the eggs, her tone calm. Don't worry, we don't want to demolish either. That's good to hear. The elderly woman, thin and bent over, descended the stairs. Mostly solitary elderly people lived in this part of the neighborhood. Some had children who went out to work and were seldom home. Some had gone away for good after succeeding academically, and others were like the old couple on the first floor, with no descendants. In the entire old neighborhood, only Ji Xiaojun was the sole intellectual. Whenever there was a problem, everyone liked to come to him for advice. Ji Xiaojun, sitting in the living room, frowned at the eggs Shen Qing was holding. Why are you still accepting people's eggs? It's not easy for them without children. Shen Qing put away the eggs and glanced at him. Then you can go downstairs tomorrow and drink the dew. There was a knock on the door. Shen Qing closed the fridge door. That must be Alien and Dad, you go answer it. Chapter 178. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _2 Ji Xiaojun quickly rose from the sofa and opened the door. It was indeed Bai Lian and Ji Heng. There was also a child with Bai Lian. Hey! Ji Xiaojun recognized him. It was Jiang He whom he had seen that night, and he made way. Kid, you're here too? Jiang He nodded. He didn't talk much. Shen Qing had never seen Jiang He before, so when she encountered such a delicate-looking child for the first time, she didn't know how to interact with him, and washed a plate of grapes for Bai Lian and Jiang He to eat. Going fishing this afternoon? Ji Xiaojun noticed that Ji Heng had brought a fishing rod. Ji Heng set the fishing rod down. Xiaochen found a good spot for fishing. We'll try it out this afternoon. Okay, I will come too, and I'll let Yongkuan eat here tonight. Ji Xiaojun didn't have many classes these days, and was annoyed with the headache brought by the demolition issue, and he also enjoyed fishing with Ji Heng. Having said this, he went to the kitchen to join Shen Qing and help out. Ji Heng originally wanted to take a smoke break, but catching sight of Jiang He, He resisted the urge. The living room in Ji Shan's house was small and not very well ventilated. The old-style phone rang once. It was Ji Xiaorong calling. Holding his empty pipe, he picked it up. "Dad." The voice from the phone, Ji Xiaorong's, was calm. "Is Alien there?" "She is." Ji Xiaorong paused. "Ask her if she wants to come to the Ren family." Hearing this, Ji Hung frowned, glanced at Bai Lian, and knew the intention behind Ji Xiaorong asking him this question. He didn't ask Bai Lian and directly replied, "She won't come." He hung up the phone. "Did you hear that?" At the Ren family, Ji Xiaorong placed his phone on the table and looked at Ren Qian. "She's not coming." Next to him, Ren Qian managed to show a good expression to Ji Xiaorong for once. "It's like a temple being flooded. Xiox's mistake caused such an awkward situation between our two families." Ji Xiaorong looked at Ren Qian, but didn't respond. "Wan Qian." Ren Qian then turned to Ren Wanxian. "Regardless, you need to apologize to your cousin and try to get her to forgive you." Ren Wanxian said nothing and got up, heading straight upstairs. This time Ren Qian didn't stop her. Instead, he continued speaking with Ji Xiaorong. "Xiaorong, this matter isn't bad for Bai Lian. Teacher Cho said she's unwilling to go to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. But as her parents, you should persuade her more. It's not good for her to be stuck in Xiangqing all the time." The opportunity at the Calligraphy Association was too rare. Even Ren Qian thought that he had misjudged before. Acknowledging that Bai Lian was indeed extraordinary, Ren Qian recalled the recent estrangement with the Ji family due to the Chen family incident, followed by the ugly dispute with Bai Lian caused by Ren Wanxian. His heart immediately knotted up. Well, see what she wants. Ji Xiaorong wouldn't make decisions for Bai Lian. Having said that, he went upstairs to find Ren Wanxian. After Ji Xiaorong went upstairs, Ren Qian furrowed his brows and looked at the Secretary General. "What's going on with you and Wanxian?" "It has nothing to do with the young lady." The Secretary General lowered his eyes. "It's entirely my fault." "Enough, I know Wanxian better than you." Ren Qian massaged his temple, feeling a severe headache, knowing full well that this matter must have been instigated by Ren Wanxian. Where's Bai Lian's information? He knew that after Bai Lian attended the Lanting Award event, he had people check out Bai Lian's background again. The Secretary General pulled out a sheet of freshly printed paper and handed it over to Ren Qian. "It's all here." Ren Qian finished scanning the information. Bai Lian was registered under Ji Hung's household, with information clear and detailed, nothing more. As ordinary as it gets. Ren Qian glanced through the straightforward information and put it away after he was done. Bai Lian is at her uncle's place? Yes, her uncle lives in Yongfu Residential Area, Building 7, Apartment 601. The Secretary General had anticipated what Ren Qian was about to do and recited an address. Ren Qian was quite satisfied with the Secretary General's efficiency, pressing the bridge of his nose. "Prepare yourself, you and Minister Su should have a good talk with Bai Lian." At Ji Shan's home, the door was left ajar. When the Secretary General and Minister Su arrived, Ji Hung had already taken Ji Xiaojun out for fishing. Bai Lian was watching Jiang He play with a puzzle. "Mr. Secretary," Shen Qing brought out new teacups and brewed tea for them. She then glanced at the cramped living room, unsure where to put her hands and feet. "Please have a seat." She patted the sofa again and again. The Secretary General looked indifferently at the somewhat yellowed sofa cushion, didn't speak, and did not sit down. Minister Su, seeing Shen Qing's demeanor, felt much more relaxed. He took the tea Shen Qing brewed, casually putting it aside and smiling. "Thank you." Bai Lian leisurely helped Jiang He place a puzzle piece before standing up. Without looking at them, she pressed Shen Qing down to sit on the sofa. "Auntie, please sit." Chapter 179. Young Master Jiang shows his power. Since when did Xiangqing take the Ren surname? Part 2. _3 Bai Lian didn't sit down but just leaned against the back of the sofa and looked up. "Is there something?" She used to be quite polite to the Secretary General. But during the last two encounters, her attitude was very perfunctory, without a hint of manners. "First, I apologize to you on the young lattice's behalf." The Secretary General fully played the part, wanting to reconcile with Bai Lian. His demeanor was gentle, and after a slight pause, he still sat down on the yellowing sofa cushion. I also apologize to you. We're all family after all. She now realizes her mistake, and has been grounded by the sir. Can we consider the matter settled, Miss Bai? Minister Su also hurriedly spoke up. Miss Bai, I'm sorry. He stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Lian. Absolute sincerity. Bai Lian languidly leaned on the sofa, with one leg propped up, holding a mobile phone in her hand. Her sky blue skirt hem half pressed on the couch. Upon hearing this, she tilted her head, smiling but not really smiling, like a white tiger startled by an intrusion. Settled? With her response, Minister Zu's heart sank. He thought that with Shen Qing like this, it would be easy to fool this family, but it turned out Bai Lian wasn't so easily fooled. Miss Bai, Teacher Chiu is already considering terminating the apprenticeship with the young lady. The Secretary General squinted at Bai Lian. Neither humble nor arrogant. The young lady has also been punished by being made to kneel by the sir, and her promotional video was replaced by you. She has already received plenty of punishment, while on the other hand, you haven't lost anything, have you? It's better to spare others when you can, so that future meetings will be more pleasant. As the Secretary General spoke, Minister Su sat on the side. He did not interrupt. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Jiang He had been piecing together a puzzle all this time without lifting his head, but Shen Qing couldn't help but grip Bai Lian's arm and looked up at her. Bai Lian's eyes did not change. She just gently patted Shen Qing's arm, and then spoke slowly. It's better to spare others when you can? Why should I have such a thing? You and the young lady are relatives. The Secretary General held back his anger, knowing that Ren Qian wanted to court Bai Lian. You. Stop. Bai Lian laughed, extremely indifferent, lazily raising her hand. I'm not relatives with your young lady. The Secretary General could no longer keep up his act, and his face turned cold in an instant. He had intended to have a good talk with Bai Lian, and to help each other in the future. He had not expected that she wouldn't give any face, and was just as stubborn as before, really thinking that with the Orchid Pavilion Award, she could have the world at her command? Miss Bai, I have already been dismissed and have apologized to you. Isn't that enough? Minister Su had never seen someone like Bai Lian. After coming here facing Bai Lian, who lived in the cramped old neighborhood, he truly couldn't harbor any other thoughts. You shouldn't be too excessive. Bai Lian chuckled lightly. You apologize and I have to accept it? Realizing Bai Lian was not joking, the Secretary General turned to leave. Halfway through, he turned back and sneered at Bai Lian. Miss Bai, don't be naive enough to think that just with calligraphy and your background, you can make a name for yourself in Jiangjing, right? Minister Su did not speak to stop him. The Secretary General glanced at Shen Qing and sneered. Really thinking that old Master Ren had no temper, huh? To be in his position, Ren Qian was not someone to be easily manipulated. The Secretary General almost ridiculed her. Bai Lian, you can prevent the young lady from entering the Calligraphy Association. But have you forgotten who Xiangqing belongs to? Forgotten that Xiangqing bears the Ren surname? What if we don't agree to the startup ceremony of the Calligraphy Association? Or perhaps, the Secretary General's voice was almost soft. I remember you transferred to Xiangqing, right? Secretary, wait. Shen Qing broke free from Bai Lian's hand, quickly standing up, almost crying out. The Secretary General sneered and without stopping, simply reached out to open the half-ajar door. At the doorway stood a tall and indifferent figure, a knee-length black overcoat. His features were cool and detached, not looking at the Secretary General, but slightly turning his head to look at the person behind him. When did I not know that Xiangqing suddenly changed its surname to Ren? Chapter 180. 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _1 The Secretary General and Minister Su did not know Jiang Fulai, but even without recognition, they felt a tremendous pressure upon opening the door. It weighed down on them so heavily that they didn't dare lift their heads. Following behind Jiang Fulai, Ming Dongheng, who had lived for so many years, had never felt such a strong sense of oppression, not even when Jiang Fulai once told him, "You might as well not bother going to university." Xiangqing is surnamed Ren? Ming Dongheng had no idea how they dared to make such a claim. He reached out and with one hand each, He lifted the Secretary General and Minister Su and threw them out. You go in first, I'll handle this. Having Jiang Fulai handle this matter would likely strip a layer of skin off the entire Ren family. After Jiang Fulai entered, Ming Dongheng glanced down at the Secretary General and Minister Su. Chen Yangkun's men? Only after Jiang Fulai had left did the two men feel relieved. However, before the Secretary General could catch his breath, Ming Dongheng's next words made his blood run cold. As Ren Qian's right-hand man, the Secretary General naturally had received information about Director Chen. Even though Ren Qian and his people always called him Lord Chen, it didn't mean he didn't know Lord Chen's real name. Seeing the Secretary General's reaction, Ming Dongheng knew he was correct and couldn't be bothered with him. I will have Chen Yongkuan communicate with you. After saying that, he went back inside and closed the door, leaving the two men outside. Minister Su, who had just been transferred here, naturally had not heard the name Chen Yongkuan. Only after Ming Dongheng and Jiang Fulai had gone inside did he look up at the Secretary General. Who are those two? And who is Chen Yongkuan? Prejudice led him to look down on Bai Lian. Just as he had finished speaking, he saw that the Secretary General had turned deathly pale. Chen. Lord Chen. The Secretary General's finger trembled slightly, and he suddenly realized they had acted arrogantly in the wrong place today. We must hurry back and find the master. With the demeanor of those two individuals, the Secretary General had no doubt that the Chen Yongkuan mentioned by Ming Dongheng was the one of the same name. Considering the Ji family's people, he initially thought today's matter would be easy to resolve, but now how could it be related to Lord Chen? He almost sprinted downstairs. Behind him, Minister Su belatedly realized that something seemed amiss. Following down the stairs, once he reached the bottom, he turned back and looked at the nearly dilapidated building in a daze. Who exactly is Chen Yongkuan? The Ji family. Xin Qing was being tugged at her sleeve by Alien. Alien, please let me go to the secretary and talk again. Don't hold on to me. She looked urgent. The Ren family's status in Xiangqing was well established in people's hearts, and being located in a remote area, they might as well have been the emperor. Xin Qing couldn't comprehend everything, but the mention of the school had thrown her into panic. She was aware of Bai Lian's seriousness about her studies. Ji Heng often said Bai Lian would study until 1 in the morning, determined to work hard for a place at university. What's the rush, Auntie? Alien was strong and forcibly made Xin Qing sit down, comforting her. If worst comes to worst, I can switch to another school. The best school in Xiangqing was number 1 middle school. What good would changing schools do? Xin Qing opened her mouth. You child, stop pulling me. What do you know? Are you just like your uncle, so stubborn you can't see sense? Why are you causing trouble with the Ren family? At this rate, you'll miss the secretary. She had spoken only halfway when she suddenly felt a chill throughout the hall and shivered. Looking up, she caught sight of the tall figure entering leisurely. With his head slightly lowered, fine black hair slightly droopy, his skin pale and cold, and his light-colored eyes devoid of any superfluous emotions, his black coat was casually open, emanating a frosty demeanor, making even this old hall seem to take on a different elegance. Almost instantly Xin Qing recognized him, the young man she had seen at the police station last time. Alien was contemplating how to stop Xin Qing from leaving when, without a word from anyone, Xin Qing quieted down on her own. She touched her chin thoughtfully. He was quite useful. Don't worry, said Jiang Fulai, glancing at Jiang He playing with a jigsaw puzzle on the floor. To Xin Qing, it will be all right. Really? Xin Qing was somewhat hesitant. Her eyes, those of an ordinary citizen, always saw the Ren family as an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Fulai replied with ease. How could Xiangqing possibly be surnamed Ren? Xiangqing belongs to the people. Bai Lian nodded in agreement. That's right. Ah. Xin Qing felt something was amiss but also thought it made sense. You're right. Alien, let go of me. You're hurting me. She rubbed the hand that Bai Lian had been squeezing painfully, and went in to make tea for Jiang Fulai. She also got a new cup for him. Chapter 181. 068 Ren Qian suspended. VIP member. _2 You didn't lie to me, did you? Xin Qing handed the teacup to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa, taking the new cup emblazoned with Durunduo Supermarket, and gracefully blew on it before taking a sip, of course. When it came to bluffing, Jiang Fulai had a knack for it. Just by sitting there, he was as formidable as an army of thousands, so much so that even if he told Shenqing the sun in the sky was square, she would feel there was some sense to his words. Good. Shenqing's eyes darted around, as she started to inquire more about Jiang Fulai. Xiaojiang, where are you from? Bai Lian was listening on the side and it was giving her a headache. Auntie, we still need to go make some checks outside. She picked up Jiang He, so we'll be leaving now. Hey, Shenqing yelled from inside the door. He, remember to come play with your sister next time. Jiang He, being held by Bai Lian, struggled to turn back to look at Shenqing. It wasn't until they reached the downstairs that Bai Lian set him down, and Jiang He stared at the several excavators that had just entered the neighborhood for quite a while. Bai Lian didn't go to the library in the afternoon. Ming Dongheng drove to the address she mentioned. It was an old district in the east of the city. He parked the car, and as he looked up he saw a dilapidated small quadrangle and was taken aback. This is... Jiang Fulai also got out of the car and stood in front of the gate, looking at the partially hanging sign. Xingyi Martial Arts School. The quadrangle was quite large, probably about 5 or 6 acres. But it was almost suburban, with hardly any passers-by. The gate was made of thick red elm, and the 4 door studs had nearly faded, but one could still make out the peonies. The bronze door rings had revealed their true color. Bai Lian stepped onto the stairs and gently tapped the door ring 3 times. No one came to open the door. Are you looking for Master Jean? A man passing by on an electric scooter wiped his sweat with a towel and grinned. He should have gone to work on the construction site by now. Probably won't be back until 10 tonight. Bai Lian already knew from Mao Kuan that this martial arts school had closed down. But she had never expected that the owner of the martial arts school would be on a construction site. Thank you. She lowered her hand and thanked the man. I want to start the calligraphy association next door. Bai Lian descended the steps step by step, sharing her idea with Jiang Fulai. This martial arts school is quite extensive. I've looked it up online. The calligraphy association wouldn't need much space. Jiang Fulai looked up, glancing at the tightly closed door next to the martial arts school. Almost from the moment Ming Dongheng had driven here, he had guessed what Bai Lian had in mind. He led Bai Lian around the area, pointing across the spacious front of the martial arts school. We can apply for a bus stop here. Transportation is always the most important thing, no matter what. Bai Lian had initially handed the Calligraphy Association entirely over to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, but today she changed her mind. Leaving it to them, the people of Xiangqing might not have equal opportunity to learn calligraphy. She decided to do it herself. And there was the martial arts school. Bai Lian looked up, her gaze falling upon the hanging sign. She remembered Mao Kuan saying that most children these days learn taekwondo or judo. And Ning Xiao mentioned that Muay Thai was also popular. She withdrew her gaze. A martial arts school? Bai Lian was not used to typing on a computer, so Jiang Fulai sat in the car, pulled out his laptop, opened a document, and began typing on the keyboard one-handed to help her draft the business plan. What else? The laptop rested casually on his knees, his pale fingers against the black keyboard. Occasionally, he would turn his head and listen attentively to Bai Lian's ideas. After finishing, he also sent it to Jiang Shijue to brainstorm. When Jiang Shijue, who was decisive in financial circles, thought Jiang Fulai had sent him some crucial document, he interrupted a meeting to return to his office to check, only to find a regional calligraphy association and martial arts hall plan. And in a situation where Qiu Xuezheng, the adversary, was at his wit's end, he soon received a business plan that could be described as perfect. At the Run family home, Ji Xiaorong looked at the gift thrown outside by Run Wanxian, and couldn't help pressing his forehead. He was used to it by now. Whenever Run Wanxian lost her temper, she liked to throw things around, regardless of whether they were gifts from him or from Ren Qian. She had tossed them all into the trash can. But Ren Qian's way of raising a daughter was to pamper her with wealth. He saw no problem with it. Ren Wanxian was raised by Ren Qian, and it was not Ji Xiaorong's place to intervene. Sometimes when he said too much, the Secretary General would accuse him of trying to take advantage of the Ren family. Not even Ren Jiawei could intervene. Ji Xiaorong picked up the gift with a heavy heart. On his way downstairs, he saw the Secretary General coming in from outside. They never got along, and their antipathy had become even more evident in the recent years. But today the Secretary General did not have the time to mock him. He went upstairs with a pale face to find Ren Qian. As soon as he entered the study, a teacup came smashing his way. Chapter 182. 068 Ren Qian suspended VIP member. _3 Xiangqing belongs to the Ren family, and you dare to say that? Ren Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing from the Secretary General. That Mr. Su is a fool, but you've been in this position for so many years and still can't see clearly? The Secretary General had never made such a big blunder before. Mainly because of those people from the Ji family, he had never taken them seriously. Old Master Ren, I had no idea they actually knew Mr. Chen. Whether they know Mr. Chen or not, I'm asking how you dared to utter those words? Ren Qian had never been so furious, and after some time he collapsed into his chair, looking a decade older. I am now suspended for half a month. The Secretary General's head was buzzing. Go tell Wan Qian. Ren Qian had done nothing wrong all these years and wasn't afraid of being investigated. Tell her that she won't be able to join the Calligraphy Association. As for Minister Su, he had committed too many wrongs, and there was no one left to save him. Ren Wanxian was unaware of the Ren family's troubles. She had already received notification from Qiu Xuezhing that Bai Lian was going to start a separate calligraphy association in a place where birds don't even bother to poop. Ren Wanxian was initially upset about not being able to join the calligraphy association, but upon hearing this news, she suddenly lost interest in joining. Senior brother, do you still want to join the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association? Jiangjing. Xiangqing belongs to Beicheng, and the vice president had already announced the news about the founding of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association in the Beicheng Writers Association, encouraging everyone to join as members of Xiangqing. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is hosted by the first prize winner of this year's Lanting Award. This news shook many people in the Beicheng Writers Association, and lots were tempted. I recall that you are also from Xiangqing, right? Jian Rong had ideas of his own. Looking at Qiu Boqing, Xiangqing was ordinary, but this by Jian was truly attractive to Calligraphy Association members. The team leader helped me sign up. Jian Rong was holding a registration form. I advise you not to go. I'm already trying to find a way out. Qiu Boqing pursed his lips, addressing Jian Rong and others around him. Giving you all a heads up, you know what kind of place Xiangqing is. Although she ranked first, she joined only the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, not the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association, and the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association is situated in a suburb. The vice president will surely have to send a few people down there. I suggest those of you with connections start looking now so you don't find yourselves being dispatched there. Joining a newly established junior association, especially one not part of the traditional calligraphers association, will make it difficult to leave once you're in. As he spoke, Qiu Boqing also sent an application report to Qiu Xuezhing. Everyone looked at each other, knowing the reputation of Xiangqing. Those who wanted to go were mostly tempted by Bai Jian's fame. But what use would that fame be if Bai Jian didn't join the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Without joining the Calligraphy Association, it's impossible to find top-tier teachers. How can they progress without that? One's career would surely stagnate at that point, with no further development possible. Who isn't striving for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association? Who wants to be sent to the hopeless Xiangqing? Poor and nameless. There were no famous teachers, and the only person of note, Qiu Xuezhing from the Beicheng Writers Association, was average at best. She performed exceptionally this time, but without joining the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association, how can she develop without a teacher's guidance? I'll mention it to my grandfather and ask him to talk to the vice team leader. I'm going to apply to withdraw. Jian Rong frowned, abandoning the idea. I have a third-class award, which meets the application criteria for the Jiangjing Calligraphy Association. I'll find a better teacher to instruct me. Brother. Just as he got up, a male student approached from behind. You're not going, are you? Can you give me the application form? You. Jian Rong looked at the student, recognizing him as his uncle's son. Jianzhe? Why would you go to Xiangqing? His gaze toward Jianzhe was akin to looking at someone with an intellectual disability. Everyone was looking for connections to avoid being sent to Xiangqing. Yet here was someone volunteering to go? My female buddy. Jianzhe scratched his head. I want to check out that rock at Xiangqing No. 1 high school. You were chosen by the vice team leader, so it would be awkward for you to withdraw, but it's different for me. Grandfather would certainly not refuse. Mainly because it was only today that Jianzhe saw the work and realized Bai Lian wrote in the Liang style. And the style he studied was also Liang. Whatever suits you. Jianrong gave Jianzhe a glance, handing over the registration form. Then you talk to grandfather yourself. It wasn't me who pressed you. Watching Jianzhe take the registration form, Jianrong felt as if he had shed a burden, feeling much lighter. Jianzhe, holding the registration form, called his grandfather again. The Jian family valued Jianrong highly. When they heard that Jianzhe was taking Jianrong's place in the dismal location, grandfather Jian naturally agreed readily, without asking any further questions. Chapter 183. 068 Ren Qian suspended, VIP member. _4 Jianzhe submitted the list and flew back to Beijing the next day. After taking a train transfer, he arrived in Xiangqing dusty and disheveled on Monday afternoon. No one from the Jian family came to pick him up. He wasn't surprised at all, as he never considered himself to be the chosen one by fate. Jianzhe arrived alone at the Calligraphy Association venue, where Qiu Xuezhing was sweeping the floor outside. Seeing him, Qiu Xuezhing looked up and smiled. Jianzhe, right? Come in first, we have a members' meeting at 6 o'clock. Bai Lian quietly set up a calligraphy association without any opening ceremony or press conference. She personally invited local calligraphers who hadn't taken any exams to join. She wrote the signboard Xiangqing Calligraphy Association with her own hand. Beforehand, Jianzhe had heard from Qiu Buqing that the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was desolate and rundown, but upon arrival, he found that while the items here were old, they were very quaint. He held up a teacup and took a sip. Where did this tea come from? Jianzhe looked up at Qiu Xuezhing, feeling quite strange. This tea. Why does it taste so much like old Patch's tea? Why do I know it so well? Because his grandfather sent a tea cake to Jianrong when she was shortlisted for the Lanting Award. And she had boasted about it for a year, even letting Jianzhe try it, and he remembered it distinctly. He even felt that the color of this tea was much better than the one Jianrong had. Here, Qiu Xuezhing pointed to a big jar behind him. Brought by student Bai. Do you like it? Take some back with you later. We have limited funds here, only these things, he sighed. Jianzhe stared dumbfoundedly at the large jar placed behind him, and then glanced down at the tea in his hands. That time, Jianrong had boasted about that tea cake for a long time. With so much of it, could it really be old Patch's tea? It was almost 6 o'clock. Bai Lian arrived with Jiang He. She wore her school uniform, carried a bag, tied up her hair, and stepped into the Calligraphy Association hall against the setting sun. Everyone's here. Qiu Xuezhing let a few old teachers out and then said to Bai Lian, Today is the first general meeting of all members. Although there are not many people, starting the association will be difficult. Jianzhe sat next to Bai Lian, looking at the few scattered people sitting around the octagonal table. He was beginning to understand what Qiu Buqing meant. Teacher Qiu, wait. Bai Lian was looking down at her English reading when she heard Qiu Zizheng's words. She lifted her head slightly, her arm lightly resting on the table, legs crossed, the other hand propping her chin as she looked outside. There's one more person. Who? Qiu Xuezhing was startled. He hadn't received any other applications. Just as he was saying that, a tall figure slowly appeared at the doorway in the twilight, holding a cell phone and casually walking along the stone path. Qiu Xuezhing immediately recognized him as the man who had sat next to Bai Lian at the coffee shop. Jianzhe, who was leaning on the table and talking to Bai Lian, straightened up abruptly as he felt the gaze. There were others sitting around the octagonal table who were previously chatting merrily, but they all became tense for some reason upon seeing Jiang Fulai. Jianzhe moved halfway off his seat, thinking to make room for this big shot. However, before he could stand up, Jiang He, sitting on the other side of Bai Lian, got up in a familiar way and sat down expressionlessly on a stool set to the side. Jianjia. Jiang Fulai casually pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down nonchalantly, greeting everyone at the octagonal table. Just carry on, I'm just here to listen. He acted as if he was just casually listening. But facing him, how could Qiu Xuezheng be casual? It's like this, we have a total of 8 initial members. Qiu Xuezheng read from the notebook one by one, and when he got to the end, he hesitated as he looked towards Jiang Fulai. May I ask? Jiang Fulai, the Fulai from Turkic language. Jiang Fulai lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, leaning back lazily in his chair as he announced his full name. Qiu Xuezheng nodded, added the name, and asked, "Is this your first time joining a calligraphy association or a second time?" "Second time joining." Qiu Xuezheng looked surprised again, as he had thought Jiang Fulai, like Bai Lian, was joining for the first time. After all, Jiang Fulai had an aura of elite about him, more like someone in finance or politics, and didn't quite fit the artistic image. Second time joining, he took a sip of tea to ease himself before continuing to write on the paper. Which calligraphy association were you previously in, and do you have a rank? Traditional Calligraphers Association ranked. Jiang Fulai started lazily, then thought for a moment. Special grade member, I guess. Qiu Xuezheng, about to take note of Jiang Fulai's information, paused with his pen in shock and looked up. Chapter 184. 069 Practices with a Bunch of Iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update. _1 At the 8 Immortals table, except for Bai Lian, everyone's gaze subconsciously converged onto Jiang Fulai's face. His face, like Bai Lian's, was too deceptive, not the kind that seemed to belong to someone who would be good at calligraphy. Who would have thought that he would casually mention the Traditional Calligraphers Association? Even a special grade member? There are only 5 total special grade members in the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Besides the president, each of the rest lives a reclusive life. Often only their works are seen, not the person, and even members of the Calligraphy Association hardly see these high-level members. They were now looking at one of them. Next to him, Jianjia felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but lean in to look at Jiang Fulai, and when he encountered Jiang's light, indifferent eyes, Jianjia immediately averted his gaze. Is there a problem? After a long silence, Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow. Ah no, Qiu Xuezheng was shocked as well. Having weathered many storms, he slowly recovered from his amazement. No problem. His trembling pen tip inscribed the words special grade behind Jiang Fulai's name. You want to take the exam? Bai Lian turned her head, not understanding the rules here. She slightly tilted her head, quietly asking Jiang Fulai. She was dressed in the simplest school uniform, her profile clean and shallow, her eyebrows and eyes as delicate as a snow-topped floral arbor, the overhead lighting casting a hazy, gentle aura around her. Not only do members need to be ranked, but the associations do as well. Jiang Fulai held a purple clay teapot, leisurely pouring tea into her cup as well as his own. We only have 8 people now, just a junior association. Every year in June, rankings are conducted for major calligraphy associations. Associations are categorized top-down into Special Grade Association, Senior Association, Intermediate Association, and Junior Association. The entire country has just one Special Grade Association, which is the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and this is one of the reasons that everyone wants to join it. Senior associations are distributed across the 4 major cities. Bai Lian, never having participated in a grading, is currently just a junior member, despite having won the Orchid Pavilion Award. This is the membership fee, there's no password. Before leaving, Jiang Fulai handed a card to Qiu Xuezheng. She wants to set up a good calligraphy school. This is the startup funding. Additionally, I've already had someone prepare a plan. Someone will contact you. Sitting at the 8 Immortals table, Qiu Xuezheng looked at the International Bank Vermilion Bird Bank's black card placed in front of him. He questioned his life. Teacher Qiu, Jianjia said, looking at the departing figures of Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, then back at the black card. We shouldn't have difficulty becoming a senior association in the future, right? Qiu Xuezheng was also in a daze. Should be able to, I guess. He felt certain that Bai Lian would be able to make it to special grade member. With 2 special grade members to support them, they should be able to achieve senior association status, right? As for a special grade association, that would only appear in Jiangjing, something they hadn't really considered. Of course, Jianzhe and Qiu Xuezheng at the moment didn't know that these 2 were not only extraordinary themselves, but they were most remarkable when teaching. Especially Bai Lian, who could even replicate Liang Zuan's teaching methods perfectly in calligraphy. Qiu Xuezheng took a deep breath and took out his phone to send a message to Vice President Qian. If they don't want to come, then don't force them. On the other side, when Vice President Qian said that he would not send anyone to Xiangqing, both Jianrong and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Qiu Buqing, who originally thought that Qiu Xuezheng would pressure him. He didn't expect not to receive a single word from Qiu Xuezheng. Meanwhile, Yongfu residential area. A man in a shirt, with a cigarette clamped in his hand, tattoos peeking through his tank top up to his neck, followed by 4 large excavators. No one here is signing? Boss Liu, mainly because of a painter, his subordinate carefully lit his cigarette for him. The household at 7 Building 601 Ji Xiaojun, he's educated and highly respected here. He seems to have noticed the loopholes in the contract and has prevented people here from signing. As he spoke, the subordinate also handed a stack of files to Boss Liu. Yongfu residential area is located in the development zone. A piece of cake everyone wants to get their hands on. Here live ordinary people, and the agreement for demolition provided by Boss Liu had loopholes. It was originally thought that deceiving these solitary elderly would be quite easy, but unexpectedly, not a single person had signed. Upon investigation, 7 Building 601 was the cause of it all. Everyone in the residential area followed the painter's advice. Let's go, Boss Liu said, biting his cigarette and glancing at the files. Just an ordinary painter, a housewife full of pretense. It was nearly 8 o'clock. When they arrived, Ji Xiaojun was washing dishes and Xin Qing, upon seeing Boss Liu with his tattoo of a ferocious python and bared arms, involuntarily stepped back. Old Ji. Chapter 185. 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update, _2 Xinqing Ji Xiaojun, right? Mr. Liu sat down in the chair his subordinate had moved over, tilting his head slightly. The subordinate immediately handed Xinqing a card. Mr. Liu, clenching a cigarette between his teeth, smiled. There's 1 million in here. As long as you get the people here to sign the relocation contract, the 1 million is yours. They had conducted a thorough investigation. Ji Xiaojun was known for his integrity, but Xinqing was a petty bourgeois. 1 million. Enough to buy a soul. 1 million. Xinqing's eyes widened upon hearing this, staring at the card. For an ordinary person, this was a fortune. Xinqing had never seen so much money. Without even blinking, Ji Xiaojun returned the card to Mr. Liu. We won't do such a thing. Mr. Liu laughed. He looked deeply at Xinqing and then waved his hand. Let's go. After the men had left, Ji Xiaojun slammed the door shut and frowned at Xinqing. Don't even think about it. Tuesday. Yang Lin had been coming to school regularly these past few days. Bai Lian took out the books one by one, pondering how to discuss the matter of moving the household registration with her. Unlike the others, Yang Lin always avoided contact with people. Lian, Xiaohan twirled her finger in front of her, looking at Bai Lian. That. Bai Lian looked up, her eyes reflecting the morning sun, appearing rather charming. Speak. Oh, Xiaohan said, looking at Bai Lian. I'm a self-media practitioner. Of course, I'm still at the starting stage. I want to post your school anniversary video on my account. Can I do a little blurring? Zhang Xiais, who had just arrived in the classroom, felt dizzy. He strode in with long legs. Xiaohan, can you talk slower? Who can understand you? I didn't even catch a breath. He had barely finished speaking. Bai Lian leaned back. Go ahead, post it. She had no objections to this matter. She wasn't very clear on self-media, but it was hard for her to refuse Xiaohan's request. Zhang Xiais, you're so nice. Xiaohan exclaimed, about to hug Bai Lian. But she was stopped by Bai Lian with a finger, which lightly touched Xiaohan's forehead while her other hand casually pulled out a book, tilting her head slightly and giving Xiaohan a lazy smile. Speak properly, no touching. Oh. Xiaohan's ears turned a tad red. Then, as if remembering something, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiai's. Idiot. Zhang Xiai's. The day's classes ended. Bai Lian didn't head to the milk tea shop after school in the evening. Instead, she went to the Calligraphy Association with Jiang He. The application for the bus stop sign had already been approved, and now they were planning the route. Sis. Jianzhe was moving chairs in the courtyard. Seeing Bai Lian come over, his eyes lit up. Come check out our classroom. The Calligraphy Association was right next to the gym. Though smaller than the gym, it covered a good acre, and the surrounding rooms had been planned by Qiu Xuezheng as classrooms, offices, reception rooms. Jianzhe showed Bai Lian a 30-square-meter classroom. In a couple of days, when the equipment arrives, kids from nearby can come and learn. Not bad. Bai Lian put down her backpack, then unzipped it and handed Jianzhe a bag of things inside without much effort. Seeing how easily Bai Lian handled it, Jianzhe caught it with one hand. But as he took it, he nearly fell to the ground, swiftly bracing himself against the wall. Jiang He sat on a nearby stool, swinging his legs, expressionless as he watched Jianzhe. What is this? Jianzhe looked down in shock at the dozens of silver metal pieces inside, each the size of a quail egg. Just these few pieces, dozens of pounds? For practicing calligraphy, Bai Lian raised her hand, revealing a crimson ribbon on her wrist and a piece of iridium the size of an egg. You should hang one on yourself daily. She had requested these from Mao Kuan a few days ago, and Mao Kuan was quick. Of course, Miss Bai was still unaware of the price tag attached to her quail egg-sized item. Jianzhe nodded absent-mindedly. On the outskirts of the city, an abandoned warehouse. Mr. Liu, holding 2 cards in his hand, slowly crouched next to Shenqing, narrowing his eyes. You like money, don't you? 2 million, and you're still not willing? He couldn't understand why with 2 million offered, Shenqing would say she was unwilling. The profile of Shenqing described her as greedy for petty gains, vulgar, selfish, and mercenary. He could obviously tell that she was extremely greedy for money. After glancing at the bank card, Shenqing looked up after a long while, smiling obsequiously. Mr. Liu, the elders in our community. I thought we were of the same kind, but you truly disappoint me, Mr. Liu said with a smile. He stood up, his foot crushing hard on Shenqing's right hand, and gently tossed the 2 bank cards aside. Chapter 186. 069 Practices with a bunch of iridium, Director of Jiangjing Hospital. Second update. _3 Shenqing felt the pain at her fingertips, her features twisted together in an instant. President Liu took pleasure in Shenqing's painful expression before he stepped back and with a turn of his head said, You guys come here. 5 minutes later. I didn't expect you to be so tough, he said as he watched Shenqing collapse to the floor, lighting another cigarette. And now? Shenqing lifted her head again and spat at President Liu with blood in her saliva. You even cheat the elderly out of their money, and you call yourself a human being, huh? President Liu slowly wiped the spit off his face, his smile unwavering, but his gaze was like a venomous snake hidden in the abyss, much like the python trailing up to his neck. Teach her a good lesson. 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Mulan, who had just finished taking a bath, received a phone call, almost dropping the towel in her hand. What? She hung up the phone, quickly changed her clothes and scrambled for her coat. What's wrong? Suan had just finished a meeting when he saw Ji Mulan grabbing her coat and heading out the door. My brother, Ji Mulan said with furrowed brows, grabbing her car keys. He's in the hospital right now. My sister-in-law is in emergency. They need panda blood, and I'm the only match. She didn't have a high opinion of Shenqing, the kind of petty bourgeois who fawned over others for personal gain. But the call was from Ji Xiaojun. Emergency? Suan quickly followed her, taking her car keys and handing them to his assistant since he couldn't drive after drinking that evening. Don't panic, I'll go with you. Ji Mulan felt much calmer following behind Suan. They arrived at Xiangqing Central Hospital. Standing at the entrance, Ji Xiaojun rushed towards Ji Mulan as soon as he saw her, pulling her forward without a word. "Brother, slow down." Ji Mulan stumbled. What exactly happened? Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. He simply handed Ji Mulan over to the nurse with a deep look. "She is panda blood. Please get ready." The nurse rushed Ji Mulan to draw blood, not forgetting to hand the critical condition notice to Ji Xiaojun. "The patient's condition is very bad." With shaking hands, Ji Xiaojun signed his name on the paper. In just half an hour, 3 critical condition notices had been issued. "You have to hold on." Suen patted Ji Xian's shoulder for comfort, then inquired, "What happened to Aunt Alien? If you need any help, just say so." After signing the critical condition notice, Ji Xiaojun slumped down against the wall to the floor, without saying a word. Ji Mulan came out soon after having her blood drawn, looking somewhat pale. "Where are Shenqing's family members?" The nurse hurried in and out with the blood bag, her urgency clear. "The blood isn't enough, and the patient's condition is complicated. She has panda blood. We can't perform the craniotomy. It's best to transfer to an affiliated hospital of Beijing University or somewhere bigger. We've already helped to apply for a consultation with higher-level hospitals, awaiting their feedback. I suggest you also try to contact hospitals yourselves and quickly. Transferring hospitals isn't simple. It requires advanced applications and connections." Xiangqing Hospital had already responded to Beicheng, but Shenqing's condition was indeed complicated, plus she had panda blood. There was no word from the hospital in Beicheng. Su En patted Ji Xian's shoulder to comfort him, and then signaled his assistant to make calls to help contact hospitals for Shenqing. Su En was from Jiangjing. Usually he only knew the chief physicians in Jiangjing. The assistant sent the medical information Ji Xiaojun provided to a doctor, who after reading it said directly, "Tell President Su, it's too far. The patient can't endure the journey, and this operation. I'm afraid only the director could do it. I wouldn't dare to operate." Everyone clearly heard the conversation via the assistant's speakerphone. Ji Mulan involuntarily tightened her grip on her coat, a little dazed. Although she didn't like Shenqing, she didn't want to watch her die on the operating table. "Is it really that serious? You can't contact that director either?" Ji Mulan looked towards Ji Xiaojun and then softly inquired of Su En. Su En's assistant, adjusting his glasses, looked towards Ji Mulan. He knew Ji Mulan. The old lady never recognized her, rumored to have been married and had a problematic daughter. Su En wanted to bring the daughter back home, but the old lady had sarcastically dismissed the idea as wishful thinking. Nevertheless, the assistant treated Ji Mulan straightforwardly and told her the truth. "Madam, that's the director of Jiangjing Hospital, and appointments with him are scheduled until next year. President Su? Even Miss Su would have a hard time seeing him." Ji Mulan didn't know about the situations in Jiangjing, but upon hearing that even Yajun couldn't meet that director, she could roughly understand the gravity. After a long silence, Suen looked at his assistant. "Call the young master, he's at Jiangjing University, he might know some people." The assistant hesitated, knowing that disturbing the young master would trigger criticism from the old lady, but in the end he went to make contact anyway. "Thank you." Ji Xiaojun sat on the ground, his eyes hollow as he looked at the emergency room. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Where are Shenqing's family members? We're short of blood for the patient." Ji Mulan quickly stepped forward. The nurse glanced at her and shook her head. "You can't draw any more." Ji Mulan had already been drained of quite a bit of blood, her head buzzing. She remembered that Bai Lian had blocked her number, and asked Su En to make the call. "Hurry, Alien. Alien also has Rh-negative blood." Chapter 187. Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's True Nature _1 Bai Lian arrived at the hospital after 10 o'clock. She had already changed out of her school uniform, and was wearing a White House dress, her face expressionless, ignoring everyone as she went with the nurse to have her blood drawn. The nurse carefully inserted the needle into her arm, and the dark red blood climbed up the transparent tube. Halfway through, the nurse was about to remove the needle. Bai Lian's arm was still on the table, the faintly visible greenish veins just beginning to show as she had kept her eyes downcast. She only then slightly lifted her gaze, revealing depths that were extremely deep and cold, and then spoke her first words, "Continue." The words seemed to shatter into ice, one by one. The nurse knew that drawing more blood would harm the donor's body, but the look in Bai Lian's eyes startled her, and she shakily drew 2 more tubes. Finally, mustering her courage, she spoke up. "You really can't draw any more." Thank you." Bai Lian lowered her sleeve and stood up. The call was urgent. Bai Lian hadn't told Ji Heng. She had come alone. Outside, Ji Xiaojun was intermittently talking to Su En about something, and when they saw Bai Lian come out, both involuntarily stopped their conversation. "How is Auntie?" Bai Lian stood in front of Ji Xiaojun, looking at the emergency room where resuscitation was underway. Ji Xiaojun was burying his head in his knees, silent, while Su En stepped in to explain. "Your auntie accidentally fell down the stairs." "Stairs?" Bai Lian nodded. Su En made an affirming sound. Bai Lian didn't ask any more questions, nor did she know whether to believe him. Shenqing's family. Where is Shenqing's family? A nurse came out from the emergency room holding a form. "Have you contacted the hospital? The patient needs to undergo craniotomy surgery as soon as possible, or there is a risk of evolving into a vegetative state." Ji Xiaojun abruptly got to his feet. Su En quickly turned back, urging his assistant. "Have you contacted the young master?" The assistant returned with the phone in hand, just as helpless in response to Su En's prodding. "The young master is also trying to find a way, but the director is not someone who can be approached by just anyone. So what do we do now?" Ji Mulan was somewhat panicked. Bai Lian, understanding the meaning of vegetative state, lifted her eyes, more composed than anyone present. "Give me the diagnosis." The nurse was taken aback. She instinctively handed the diagnostic report to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced over it quickly. Many of the technical terms she had never heard of: titanium mesh implantation in the skull, cerebrospinal fluid leakage. Without examining it closely, she simply took out her phone and snapped a few photos. She opened WeChat and sent them to Lance. "Bai Lian, help me look at this." After sending, she handed the diagnostic report back to the nurse. Next to her, Su En's assistant looked at Bai Lian's actions with surprise. Was she going to post it online for crowdfunding, or ask for medical advice on Qiandu? The people from the Ji family seemed pretty unreliable. Ji Xiaojun wiped his face and, after signing the necessary documents, looked at Bai Lian with a calmness that bordered on a whisper. "Alien, you still have school tomorrow, you should go back and rest. Don't worry about your auntie, she'll be all right." He almost muttered the words. Su En and the assistant moved aside to discuss affairs related to Jiangjing Hospital. It was only then that Ji Mulan asked Ji Xiaojun. "It wasn't a fall down the stairs, was it? Why don't you tell the truth to Su En?" "Yongfu residential area. It must have been that President Liu. I've already called the police, but there's been no response." Ji Xiaojun tugged at his lips, looking at Ji Mulan with an expression that was both calm and crazed. "So, do you think Su En would confront them? Or did you really think that with your relationship with him, he would be willing to antagonize someone with such a deep background for our sake? And then drag Dad and Alien into it too?" Ji Xiaojun had long known that President Liu was not a good person, but what he hadn't expected was that Shenqing would get caught up in it. One Shenqing was enough for him. He didn't want to drag the whole Ji family into this. Calling Ji Mulan and Bai Lian was solely because of their blood type. What? Ji Mulan's mind was in a whirl, immediately recalling the person Su En had mentioned. She stood still for a while. Her heart was a mess. It couldn't be that President Liu, could it? Jiangjing, Su En's family home. Madame Su sat up from bed, draping a coat over her shoulders as she left the room, her cold gaze sweeping over the butler. "Su En is confused, and so are you? Don't you know that he's currently focused on an experiment at the Ma Institute? And you disturb him for such a trivial matter?" The butler lowered his head, a wry smile on his lips. It was the Sir's request. "Su En." Madame Su scoffed. "He's gone mad over a woman, running off to a place like Xiangqing. Has he achieved anything remarkable? And now, he's even interfering with his son's critical future?" Chapter 188. Mysterious Surgery's Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's true nature _2 For the sake of a nonsensical woman. To disturb the development of the Su family's future heir. If Suan had been in front of the old lady, she would have beaten him to death with her walking stick. The butler did not utter a word, daring not to speak a sentence. Intercept Suan's calls for me, the old Mrs. Su said, her eyes lowered, her hands twirling the Buddha beads. If I hear he's called the young master again, you all pack your bags and get out. Whatever Ji Mulan is, whatever the Ji family is, whatever stepdaughter, old Mrs. Su wouldn't acknowledge any of it. Even if Suan were to marry her, she wouldn't let that woman set foot in the Su family's house. Rest assured. The butler bowed and withdrew. He set about arranging the matter. At the hospital, the assistant, unable to get through with the phone, looked helplessly at Suan. Suan, without having to think, knew who had interfered with this matter. He rubbed his forehead. Find another way. He went downstairs and paid a significant amount for Shenqing's surgery, and also upgraded her to a VIP ward. As for the rest, they could only leave it to fate. The craniotomy hadn't yet been done, and Ji Xiaojun was there, keeping vigil through the night. Suan and Ji Mulan went back first. On the way, Ji Mulan brought up the matter with CEO Lu. That CEO Lu my brother mentioned. Yongfu residential area? Suan gasped in shock, sitting up straight. That same CEO Lu, whom Suan had been trying to get involved with, but had never managed to meet. Listen to me. Suan's mind worked quickly as he looked gravely at Ji Mulan, repeatedly urging her. You must persuade your brother not to report to the police anymore. Act as if this never happened. Get them to sign the agreement as soon as possible. Otherwise, the whole residential area will be in trouble. I will do my best to help you find a doctor. If that CEO Lu were just an ordinary businessman, it would be okay. But you also know he's supported by that bar on Bakhtur Street. A player on the international boundaries, ruthless. Not only Xiangqing, I can't afford to offend him either. Ji Mulan had never heard Suan speak with such gravity. From Xiangqing to Beicheng, then to Jiangjing. Ji Mulan always thought she had seen far enough, only to realize that she had barely seen 1% of the world. I'll talk to him tomorrow, she said, slowly lowering her head. Purist Street. When Bai Lian returned, it was already 12 o'clock. Lance, the little old man, was on a different time zone from her. It was still morning there, and his replies came quickly. Lance, look at this, such a beautiful CT image of a cranial trauma. Lance, I can almost see a standard paper being produced by my student. Lance, Bai, where did you find such a textbook-like cranial trauma image? Lance, oh my God. And it's the rare Rh-negative blood. This surgery needs to be absolutely flawless. The success rate is virtually 0%. Such a shame. The cranial repair was a minor issue, but because of Shenqing's rare blood type, it increased the risk from 50% to 99.9%. Because the repair process could not afford even the slightest mistake. Bai Lian gently closed the door, looking at Ji Hung in the center room, who had not been awakened, and let out a slight breath of relief. Unable to sleep, she sat at the desk, pulling out physics problems to calm herself. When she saw Lance's reply, she had just finished a major problem. She glanced at it and replied to Lance with 3 words. My aunt. There was a pause from Lance's end, no messages, probably looking up what aunt meant. After 10 seconds, Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance withdrew a message. Lance. Look at this heartbreaking news. Lance. Note that although the skull is severely damaged, it's not to the point that surgery cannot be attempted. Lance. Of course, a 0% success rate. That's for other doctors. Bai Lian got his point directly. What about you? Lance. Mind your words, you're talking to Lance, the top surgical hand in the field. Lance was very arrogant. 100%. Bai Lian did not doubt Lance's medical skills. Medicine knows no borders. After exchanging information for so long, they both were well aware of each other's medical expertise. Lance had realized the breadth and depth of Chinese medicine, and Bai Lian had reconciled with Western medicine, understanding that it had almost replaced Chinese medicine domestically in just a few hundred years for good reason. She realized the essence of the issue was not to resist Western medicine, but to promote Chinese medicine. Learning that Lance could perform the surgery, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Lian, can you come? Lance did not hesitate on his end. He had been curious about Chinese medicine and wanted to try acupuncture with Bai Lian to see if it could cure his myopia. Now it was just a matter of arriving a few days earlier. Lance, then you have to give me acupuncture. Bai Lian. 1 Lance. I'm on my way. She sent the Xiangqing address to Lance. Chapter 189. Mysterious Surgeries Number 1 Saintly Hand. Alien's True Nature _3 Finally, they all let out a sigh of relief. Lance was abroad, and even if he took a flight right now, he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Bai Lian hardly slept that night. The next day, it was rare for her not to ask Ji Hung any questions, and she left the house with her backpack at 6 in the morning. At 6:30, on the first floor of Xiangqing Hospital, a group of people was talking to the nurse at the front desk, led by an old lady leaning on a walking stick. She stared at the shiny nurse's station, hesitant to speak, and it took her a long while to step forward carefully and ask, "Nurse, we are all here to donate blood for Xinqing. Where can we give blood?" Behind her were construction workers with safety helmets, a middle-aged couple who had started selling breakfast early and hadn't even taken off their aprons, and underage kids who had come with their parents. "Yes, nurse, where do we go?" The worker took off his helmet, revealing his dark face full of urgency. "I heard she was seriously hurt." "Hurry, nurse." Someone directly rolled up their sleeve. "Take mine, I have a lot of blood." About 100 people all surged forward. It was quite a sight. Yongfu residential area was an old community where people had lived for decades, especially the older generations who knew each other very well. "Grandma, your blood can't be taken." The nurse at the station had never encountered such a situation and was somewhat flustered. She stood up and then shouted, "Everyone wait, don't make noise, line up, and I will inquire about the situation." The line immediately formed. An orderly queue from the nurse station stretched very long, all the way to the hospital entrance. Bai Lian had intended to go directly to the elevator. Hearing the name Xinqing, she paused in her steps, turned her head, and looked back at the long line of people at the door through the crowd. After a long moment, she stepped forward and approached the old lady in front. "Grandma, I am Xinqing's niece. Are you all here to donate blood for her?" The old lady was a resident from Building 7, ground floor. Squinting at Bai Lian, she recognized her immediately. Excitedly grasping Bai Lian's hand, she said, "I know you, young lady. How is your aunt now?" "Don't worry, we've been looking for people in the community, and they will all come to donate blood soon." "It's okay." Bai Lian steadied her, then said softly to the people behind her, "My aunt needs panda blood. If any of you have panda blood, on behalf of my uncle and aunt, thank you in advance. If not, you can go back. Don't worry, my aunt will be fine here." "That's good." The old woman let out a sigh of relief, clutching Bai Lian's arm. "That damn Lu Zong." Bai Lian hesitated for a moment, lowering her lashes. "Lu Zong?" "Yes, the one who wants to buy our community. A fierce and evil-looking man." The old lady grumbled while tapping her cane. "Such bad karma, our community." Bai Lian nodded, her dark pupils reflecting the hospital's cold floor. She turned and headed for the elevator. At the hospital entrance, another dozen or so people who had just finished moving goods came in. They were sweating profusely, wiped their brows briefly, and asked, "Where can we donate blood for Xinqing?" "Young folks right here. They say they need panda blood. Does anyone know their own blood type? It's quick to get checked." In the ICU, Ji Xiaojun stood outside the window. Not far away, Ji Mulan and Su En had also arrived early. A doctor, having received Su En's earnest request, held the medical records and was explaining to Su En and Ji Xiaojun, "With our current technology, we can only observe in the ICU. You are aware of Ms. Shun's condition. Her blood type is rare, and there are very few who dare to take the risk of operating in the country. It's just a matter of days now. You must be prepared for her brain death." As for what preparations, the doctor's meaning was very clear. Ji Mulan looked toward Su En. Su En gave a wry smile. "I can't get in touch with that dean. Ji Xian's gaze calmly shifted towards the ICU, the depths of his eyes brewing a storm. Uncle, Bai Lian stood beside Ji Xiaojun, dressed in her school uniform, her hair tied up messily at the back of her head. Her eyebrows and eyes drooped, speaking almost as calmly as a light breeze. That Lu Zong is still in Xiangqing, right? My aunt ended up like this because of him? That sentence made everyone present shiver. Ji Xiaojun quickly turned his head, looking at Bai Lian with great nervousness. Who told you this? What Lu Zong? Alien, you're just a student. Don't get involved in this matter. Just focus on your studies. Your aunt is fine now. Bai Lian silently watched Ji Xiaojun for a while, did not answer, and said almost nonchalantly, I'm going to class. She turned and went downstairs. 7 o'clock. Downstairs at the hospital, Director Chen's car hurriedly stopped. He got anxious as soon as he received a call from Bai Lian and rushed over. He immediately spotted Bai Lian leaning against a tree. Miss Bai. He got out of the car. Bai Lian placed her backpack at her feet. She wore an open blue and white school uniform. Her arms crossed over her chest as she calmly leaned against the tree, watching the traffic with a tranquil gaze. A breeze passed, and her stray hair fluttered as if it were the low pressure before a storm. So oppressive it was hard to breathe. You're here. Bai Lian extended her hand, slowly plucked a withered yellow leaf that had fallen on her arm. There's a Lu Zong who wants to buy Yongfu residential area. Do you know him? No matter when or where, Bai Lian was always languid and easygoing, and Director Chen had always thought she had a good temper. This was the first time he faced her tempest. He belatedly realized that facing such a Bai Lian, the pressure was no less than facing Jiang Fulai in a furious state. Director Chen responded very cautiously, I don't know him. That's good. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, looking at Director Chen with a smile on her lips but frost in her eyes. The pressure she emitted was menacing. I want all his information. Chapter 190. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing, second shift. _1 Chief Chen didn't dare to ask at this moment how Director Lu had offended Bai Lian. Miss Bai, rest assured. Chief Chen's mind spun rapidly. It's just a background check. I will make sure to investigate thoroughly. Even his ancestors won't be able to escape. Bai Lian bent down, picked up her backpack, her eyelashes lowered, and she thanked him at an unhurried pace. Thank you. Chief Chen didn't dare accept Bai Lian's thanks. Such a small matter, and the several suggestions Bai Lian had given him had made him feel on top of the world recently. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave, and waited until she boarded the bus. Only then did Chief Chen wipe the sweat from his brow. Unable to help thinking, would Bai Lian have torn him apart as well if he had known that Director Lu? After that thought, he shivered with cold. He immediately placed a phone call to look into the issues at Yongfu residential area, and that Lu surname, who truly seemed to have a death wish. Then he called Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xian's words were vague, only mentioning that Xinqing was currently in the hospital and sticking to the same story, that she had fallen down some stairs. Nothing more was said. Linking this to Bai Lian's reaction, Chief Chen almost instantly guessed. This matter must be related to that Director Lu. This Xiangqing, Chief Chen said as he dialed Jiang Fulai's number. Why is it always causing me such trouble? He returned to his car, his demeanor incredibly stern. This Lu surname he's done for. School. Pu Xiaohan saw Bai Lian, and originally wanted to share the news that her video had gone viral. But as her eyes lifted, she saw Bai Lian enter with a wrapping of coldness. Bai Lian gently placed her backpack on the desk. Her black hair gathered behind her head, and those black pupils seemed to swallow all light. The tranquil atmosphere spread outward from her at the center. Even the usually oblivious Zhang Xiai sensed something was off, and became quiet. The physics teacher came to class and found the usually lively class eerily quiet. That's how it should be. Everyone is doing very well today, Zhang Xiai's included. The physics teacher was very pleased. Zhang Xiai's, with his head lowered, was inwardly cursing. He was just scared. Pu Xiaohan passed Bai Lian a note during class, asking her what was wrong. Bai Lian held the note and wrote back briefly, stating that Shen Qing was still in emergency care but in need of panda blood. Pu Xiaohan took the note back and, looking at the reply, took a secret photo of it with her phone after class. One big bowl per meal. The young lady who played the guzheng yesterday, her aunt is in emergency care. Are there any friends with Rh-negative blood nearby? Xiangqing. Praying hands. Praying hands? Praying hands? Picture. She hadn't yet shared the good news that her video had gone viral with Bai Lian. She gained 200,000 followers overnight, with views surpassing 5 million and still rapidly increasing. Her comment section became active again as soon as she posted the video. Alien. Pu Xiaohan looked back down. Do you have your aunt's medical certification? Bai Lian, resting her chin on her hand, quietly gazed out the window. At the sound of the voice, she tilted her head. And sent Xiaohan the photo she had taken the day before. The photo contained Shen Qing's information and the name of the hospital. At noon, Bai Lian didn't join them for lunch. She took her phone and left the school. In class 15, Pu Xiaohan gazed at Bai Lian's retreating figure and murmured, "Her aunt must be very ill." Zhang Xiais also frowned, scratching his head. "It's a pity I'm not panda blood, I'm type B." Pu Xiaohan, busy replying to messages from concerned people, felt annoyed and dismissed him. That suits you well." The whole class inquired, but not one was panda blood. The entire class 15 proceeded to ask other people and their families. At midday, the sun was beating down fiercely. Bai Lian had taken off her uniform and walked out of the school gate with her head down. She walked straight to the bus stop until a familiar car parked to the left of the school gate honked its horn, causing Bai Lian to halt. She looked up and saw the familiar car. Changing her path, she walked over, opened the passenger door and got in. After fastening her seatbelt, she casually placed her coat on her lap and propped her elbow against the car window. Jiang Fulai watched her quietly, her complexion even paler from the excessive blood drawn the night before. Neither spoke, as Jiang Fulai started the car, and without asking where she wanted to go, drove straight to Xiangqing Hospital. At 12 o'clock, Bai Lian received a message from Lance. The two only communicated on WeChat, although Lance had called her that morning. His grasp on Chinese was mediocre at best, reading the text with difficulty and speaking rather laboriously, so they reverted to WeChat for communication. Lance had arrived in Beicheng. Chapter 191. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift, _2 Lance. My assistant says there's no plane in Xiangqing. We don't know when we'll be able to get here. He then sent a location. They are now looking for a car to drive there. The plane. Bai Lian slightly lifted her face, her fingertips propping up her chin, suddenly turning her head to look at Jiang Fulai. She remembered that someone owned a private plane. It was parked at Damping City. Red light. Jiang Fulai stopped at the intersection. The temperature difference in Xiangqing was quite big, and with the sun at its peak, Jiang Fulai took the chance to look at her, his icy profile glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. Just say it, he said. He didn't even wait for Bai Lian to ask. The surgeon is currently in Beicheng and my aunt can't wait. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the door, her eyes squinting slightly. It would take until tomorrow even by train from Beicheng to Xiangqing, including the high-speed rail. Time was pressing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai nodded, started the car. Is he reliable? If not, I'll have someone come back from Jiangjing. Should be. Bai Lian wasn't familiar with the medical field or the current level of medical expertise, but she knew from their discussions that Lance's medical skills were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Fulai. He didn't know how to judge her should be. He had just come back from the laboratory and didn't know the specific condition of Shen Qing. He planned to go to the hospital later to get a clear picture and make preparations just in case Bai Lian's should-be doctor wasn't reliable. The hospital. The intensive care unit. Ji Xiaojun was still outside. The consultation with the experts from Xiangqing Hospital was almost useless, and they could only try to report to a higher-level hospital. Suan had already gone back to his business, asking Ji Mulan to stay here with Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian arrived, the chief physician was communicating with Ji Xiaojun and Ji Mulan. The three of them stood at the door of Shenqing's ICU room. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept in a day and a night, looking utterly world-weary. Today both Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian brought a double dose of low pressure. Although the hospital itself had a low magnetic field and exuded a chilly aura, the chief physician couldn't help but rub his arms. I also told Mr. Su that she definitely needs to be transferred. It's not just that no one dares to operate here, but we also have problems with our equipment. What equipment is needed? Jiang Fulai also took off his coat, holding the black coat in his hand, 2 steps behind Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He looked through the glass at Shenqing in the ICU before turning to the chief physician. Just say it. The chief physician was originally talking to Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai arrived, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and began to explain to Jiang. Our hospital is not equipped with ECT and DSA technology up to the required standard. Jiang Fulai took out his phone, quietly listening. Someone will bring it over this afternoon. Jiang Fulai looked at the chief physician, politely asking, anything else? Don't hold back. His voice was very light. Even if you need equipment from MTR Laboratory, it will be here by tomorrow. MTR Laboratory? While ordinary people might not know, the chief physician, being a doctor, was very aware that it was the only laboratory of the World Medical Association, gathering top-notch doctors from around the world. It could be said that almost all special new drugs started from MTR. The chief physician had graduated years ago and had never had the opportunity to visit the MTR headquarters, but his teacher was fortunate enough to have gone. Hearing Jiang Fulai's words, the chief physician's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but stealthily glance at Jiang Fulai. Could he really procure things from MTR just like that? Who was this man? Ji Mulan didn't know about MTR Laboratory and didn't recognize Jiang Fulai. She just watched him with squinted eyes as he came over with Bai Lian, wanting to say something but not daring to. Jiang Fulai indifferently swept a look at Ji Mulan, then lowered his head to send a message. After composing the message and showing it to the chief physician, he asked, "Did I leave anything out?" The chief physician looked down and was almost terrified to find that Jiang Fulai had noted down all the equipment he had mentioned verbatim. "No, that's it." Jiang Fulai's fingertips sent the message. He looked up and saw Bai Lian standing at the end of the corridor, concentrating on the messages on her phone. He walked over. Bai Lian was reviewing the information on President Liu that Chen Bureau had investigated for her. President Liu, Luan Yulin, was planning to dig a hole to acquire Yongfu residential area. Bai Lian, who could usually scan 10 lines at a glance, was reading very slowly today. She scrolled through every line, not missing a single word. When Bai Lian finished reading, Jiang Fulai spoke, "I'm going to clear a runway. Call me if there's any situation here." Runway. Bai Lian probably realized. Okay. Chapter 192. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift. _3 She watched as Jiang Fulai left. Then, she took out her mobile phone to give Mao Kuan a call. The fighting arena. Mao Kuan took off his mask, wiped away some sweat, and lazily grabbed his ringing phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was startled. "Sis? Do you know Luan Yulin?" Bai Lian gazed out the window, the eyes beneath her lowered lashes swirling with devilish audacity. The tone of her voice seemingly had already torn Luan Yulin to shreds. Realizing the chill in Bai Lian's voice, Mao Kun's hand shook involuntarily. He sat on the ground and thought carefully. "I don't know him." Bai Lian nodded, her voice particularly calm. "I'll give you some information. Wait for me at Purist Street later." After hanging up, Mao Kuan immediately sent people to look for Luan Yulin. Lance was to arrive that afternoon, and Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi for leave that afternoon. The students of Class 15 were searching for someone with panda blood. Knowing about Bai Lian's aunt's situation, Lu Lingxi approved her leave and told her not to worry. 2:30. Su En's assistant rushed over in a hurry. Su En was very concerned about the Ji family's affairs, and the assistant, coming out of the elevator, said to Ji Xiaojun, "Quick, Mr. Su has contacted Jiangjing Hospital for you. There's a chief physician who says he has a 60% chance. Head out for Jiangjing now." "Thank you." Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting outside the intensive care unit, suddenly looked up. "I'll go find the chief physician." He stood up, feeling a bit dizzy, almost falling over. Caught by Ji Mulan. "Be careful." The assistant had already contacted the hospital and was there to notify Ji Xiaojun. Mr. Su has already communicated with the hospital, and they will arrange everything to head to Jiangjing as soon as possible. Ji Mulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the assistant. "Thank you for your trouble." The attending physician had obviously also received the message from the hospital. He hurried over from his office. "Are you really going to Jiangjing?" He looked at Bai Lian, unaware of others, just now the man who brought up MTR laboratory with Bai Lian. Of course, Mr. Su has arranged everything. Although the success rate is not as high as that of the director, he is willing to give it a try, said Su-en's assistant. A surgery hard won by Su-en. No need. On the side of the corridor, leaning against the wall, Bai Lian raised her head and slowly draped her school uniform jacket over her shoulders. "What do you mean no need? You go to school. Don't meddle in this matter." Ji Mulan's brows subconsciously furrowed. She was accustomed to being assertive and paid no heed to Bai Lian's resistance, and directly said to the chief physician, "Please arrange it." Su-en's assistant turned his head back and saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against the wall. Realizing this was the stepdaughter who had diagnosed her condition on the spot yesterday, he looked at Bai Lian in surprise, somewhat doubting what he had heard. "Not necessary?" Bai Lian didn't zip up her jacket, ignoring Ji Mulan. She met the gaze of Su-en's assistant, showing a demeanor that was nonchalant. "Thank you, but we've found another doctor." "Ah, who have you found?" Su-en's assistant was slightly stunned. Bai Lian looked towards the elevator. He has already arrived in Xiangqing. Xiangqing was recently building a new expressway. It was a 6-lane main road. One section had just been constructed up to the city center, from Wallow Road to the roundabout. Both ends were blocked by iron fences, and the accumulated cement on the road was being cleared away one by one. At both ends of the road, there were 2 teams of men in black, preventing anyone from trespassing. Drivers passing this road couldn't help but look over. 2:35. A rumble echoed in the sky, and nearly every resident in the center of Xiangqing saw a white plane slowly circling at a low altitude against the backdrop of clouds. For so many years, Xiangqing had not even built a high-speed rail, and suddenly, seeing a plane hovering in the city center, crowds of people looked up in astonishment. The plane finally aimed for the road under construction, almost skimming over the houses on both sides, and slowly landed on this main thoroughfare. Rumble. The roar as the plane's wheels rolled over the highway stirred up a flurry of dust, and gradually, its speed decreased. Finally, it stopped in the middle of the road. The white fuselage bore no airline logos, the plane's door was opened by people, and the boarding stairs descended from mid-air, with an old man in a polo shirt and sunglasses being the first to step off. 2:40, Lance had arrived. Chapter 193. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _1 Xiangqing Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Assistant Su-en's gaze shifted back and forth between Ji Mulan and Ji Xiaojun for a long time before he realized that Ji Mulan might not be able to make decisions for Bai Lian. So he focused on Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun stood in the middle of the corridor, looking travel-worn. His eyes were ancient and red. "Listen to alien." His voice sounded exhausted. Unlike Su-en, Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian had at least once lived in the Bai family. She wasn't the kind to joke around. This is insanity. Assistant Su-en couldn't understand Ji Xian's thinking. A 60% success rate was considered above average in China, especially for a surgery on Shenqing. If Ji Xiaojun disagreed, all he could do was to relay Ji Xian's decision to Su-en. "Right. I heard they've invited a doctor, not sure who." The assistant was mid-sentence. The elevator ascended to their level, came to a stop, and the large elevator doors opened, revealing 3 people inside. The one in the lead was wearing a polo shirt and floral shorts, with sunglasses perched on his nose. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his eyes locked onto Bai Lian, brightened, He took off his glasses and, opening his arms, approached Bai Lian. "Hello, Bai." Bai Lian wasn't accustomed to hugging people, so she extended her hand and shook hands with Lance very politely. "Okay," Lance said in not quite fluent Chinese, already aware that people from China are conservative. "You are truly too conservative." "My aunt's chief physician." Bai Lian took Lance to the chief physician, who was still standing aside. "Please explain the basic condition of my aunt's health, as he will be the lead surgeon shortly." The chief physician looked at Lance in his floral shorts and was momentarily stunned into confusion, hesitating greatly. Each of the seniors he knew was very serious. The image of this gentleman looked more like someone who would dance in a senior disco. "Prepare the sterile room." Lance wasn't as friendly when he spoke to the chief physician. He just ordered, "I've brought both my first and second assistants. If you want to observe, you can enter with 5 people. Also, a batch of equipment came with me and is being handed over downstairs. You have 1 hour to swap out the equipment." He reverted to English toward the end of his instructions. "I need to ask for permission from the hospital director." The chief physician hesitated. He wanted to ask Lance a couple of questions. When he looked up, he saw the WMA logo on the polo shirt Lance was wearing. His spirit jolted, and he promptly took out his phone, decisively issuing orders, "Prepare the sterile room, and also call in 5 available staff from the rest areas." As the chief physician spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him wearing sunglasses. He couldn't help but think that this old man looked somewhat familiar. The entire corridor was quiet. The efficiency was high. In less than 5 minutes, nurses came up to remove the machines from Shenqing and wheeled her into the elevator. Soon, several doctors with chief titles appeared at the entrance to the operating room. The situation was urgent. Lance donned sterile attire and entered the operating room. The red light came on. The hospital and Lance moved so fast that Ji Xiaojun hadn't recovered his senses before the surgery began. He looked towards Bai Lian. "Alien, was that the doctor you mentioned?" "A Western doctor." Bai Lian leaned against the wall. Her deep dark eyes slowly said, "His success rate is higher than 60%. There won't be any problems. Uncle, you should rest for a while. You will need to take care of her when Aunt comes out." Ji Xiaojun didn't want to rest, but, hearing that he needed to take care of Shenqing when she came out, he lay down on the bench outside the operating room. He couldn't sleep but kept his eyes shut. Ji Mulan and assistant Su En followed as well, exchanging surprised looks with each other. How come there were suddenly so many doctors around? Especially in the assistant's view, the Ji family had reserved the high-ranking wards in advance with the help of Su En. They shouldn't have this kind of network. They didn't know Lance, but they also knew that the surgery was likely to involve the old man wearing sunglasses and a polo shirt with floral shorts. Ji Mulan wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions, but she dared not speak to Bai Lian. Since Shenqing's surgery was going to last over 5 to 6 hours, Ji Mulan and the assistant naturally didn't feel like waiting around. 10 minutes after the surgery began, the two entered the elevator and went downstairs. Once the elevator doors closed, Assistant Su En turned to Ji Mulan. Pausing, he asked politely, "Madam, did you recognize any of those people just now?" "I don't know them." Ji Mulan was familiar with Beiqing but unclear about Xiangqing. "What about you?" Chapter 194. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _2 As Su En's assistant, he should know more than she does. The assistant shook his head. Ji Mulan also felt that Su En definitely did not know, as all of Su En's connections were in Jiangjing. On his way back, the assistant drove past Wallow Road. From afar, he saw a plane parked on the unfinished section of the 6-lane road and instinctively hit the brakes. Almost as if by magic, he blurted out, "Why is there a plane here?" Xiangqing, a place without even a high-speed rail yet, had a plane proudly parked in the city center. "I have no idea. Could they be planning to build an airport in advance?" Ji Mulan looked over, equally surprised. The assistant immediately called Su En. Ji Mulan was startled, thinking that such a matter also needed to be reported to Su En. Before she had finished thinking, she heard the assistant on the phone, explaining to Su En with a grave expression, It seems to be an Airbus ACJ350. What? On the other end of the line, Suen was also shocked. Are you sure? They recognized the plane solely because of a rumor in Jiangjing, with virtually no information about the owner of the Airbus ACJ350 to be found online, but almost everyone in their circle knew which family it belonged to. It's right here on Wallow Road. The assistant faintly saw the black-clothed men guarding both ends. Did you see anything about it online? With one hand holding the phone and the other on the computer's search page, Suen replied, absolutely nothing. Leaning against the driver's seat, the assistant muttered, that makes sense. Who would dare post it online? I'll ask around to see if anyone else knows anything. Suen let out a breath. After hanging up the call, Ji Mulan turned to the assistant. Is this plane important? A private jet. Mr. Su heard a bit about it at a banquet. The assistant discreetly snapped photos of the plane's condition before reluctantly driving away. Madam, this is not just about a plane. It's about being able to use an unfinished road as a runway in Xiangqing, applying in advance for Xiangcheng's flight path. For others, it's as hard as reaching the heavens. With Ji Mulan's imagination, she couldn't fathom such a huge jet being privately owned. Of course, neither Suen nor his assistant knew about the flight path of this plane. It hadn't been applied for in advance, but was instead a last-minute report, with all aviation procedures completed in less than half an hour. 6 o'clock. The operating room. The door opened and Lance, dressed in blue surgical scrubs, raised his hands as he came out, with the chief nurse respectfully changing his gloves beside him. He earnestly looked at Bai Lian. The surgery has a 100% success rate and is nearing completion, but there's a tough issue. She has Rh-negative blood, and we still need a large supply of blood. Ding. The elevator doors opened once more. Standing at the forefront was a tall figure with one hand casually in his pocket, his eyes downcast, his face unclear. As he faintly raised his head, his presence was as cool as moonlight. Don't worry about the blood supply. There are plenty of people downstairs. Lance looked at Jiang Fulai, initially hesitant to speak. Upon understanding Jiang Fulai's intention, he couldn't hold back. What? At least 50 people with Rh-negative blood. Jiang Fulai stopped, raising an eyebrow. Is that enough? Enough, of course it's enough. But how could there be so many people with Rh-negative blood, often dubbed panda blood? Lance didn't believe it. In his country, arranging emergency surgery involved calling one by one from a special blood bank, and it would be incredibly lucky just to get one person with panda blood willing to donate. How could such a small place have so many? Lance ran down to the first floor in disbelief. On the left side of the first floor, a temporary blood donation station was set up, and the queue of people stretched from inside the door onto the street. The small Xiangqing, with a hospital that lacks the facilities found in larger cities, had gathered dozens of panda blood donors in less than an afternoon. And there were more donors continuously arriving from surrounding cities. How is this possible? Lance turned back to Jiang Fulai incredulously. Never having experienced such an impressive spectacle, he blurted out in English. How did you find so many people in such a short time? While speaking, another woman from the neighboring city hurriedly arrived, dusty from travel. I saw it in a short video. Is there a lady Xinqing in need of panda blood? I had a major bleeding incident before, and it was a bunch of kind-hearted people who saved me. I hope this lady Xinqing will definitely be safe. Among them, there were contacts from the Yongfu residential area, relatives of classmates from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and even more so, strangers who came after watching Pu Xiaohan's video. After hearing the explanation from the hospital, Lance stood there silently for a long time. Your country is really... Chapter 195. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _3 Of course, Lance wouldn't understand. That was the solidarity and tenderness ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. In the distance, every person who had just donated blood was gifted a care package. A man who had just finished donating blood was live streaming as he opened the care package. Family, I finished donating blood, and I'll live stream my drive home in a bit. The hospital says there are already a lot of people, So no one else should come, okay? They even gave me a bag of milk. He was halfway through opening it when he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Ginseng? Tea cake?" The barrage of comments also began scrolling rapidly, with sharp-eyed viewers identifying the brands. Old Spot Tea? A tea cake worth several thousand per piece? Blood ginseng? Just asking out of curiosity, are they really donating blood instead of worshipping the god of wealth? I'm going today, nobody can stop me or I'll lose it. 8:30 p.m. The operating light finally went off. Approaching 6 hours of surgery, even Lance felt extremely fatigued. He took off his blue sterile suit and walked out of the operating room. Ji Xiaojun, who hadn't fully fallen asleep, woke up immediately, moving his lips and looking at Lance. Lance removed his cap. The surgery was very successful. The patient should wake up in the next couple of days. Thank you, doctor. Ji Xiaojun looked at Shenqing being wheeled out, his voice choked with emotion. Once your aunt's condition stabilizes in a couple of days, you can take me to your classmate to record an appreciation video. Shenqing had turned the corner, and Ji Xiaojun felt much more relaxed as he urged Bai Lian to go home and sleep. All right, you go home first, you still have class tomorrow. He then turned to Jiang Fulai. Xiaojiang, thank you for today. Ji Xiaojun had heard from the doctors that most of the medical equipment was provided by Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's sleeve was slightly rolled up, and despite running around all afternoon, there was not a speck of disorder on him. From his collar to his shoes, everything was impeccable and clean. That sharply defined face, which typically exuded a sense of pride and sharpness, now under the hallway lights, seemed somewhat scholarly and gentle. You're welcome. Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Fulai returned his gaze, calmly looking at her. Is there a problem? You missed one word, Bai Lian said deliberately, pulling up her zipper to her chin undisturbed. It should be you have a problem. Chief Chen, who had just finished investigating Yongfu residential area, and Mr. Liu, stepped out of the elevator. Oh my god, Miss Bai, when you talk about young Master Jiang, could you at least consider the setting and spare a thought for the feelings of us ordinary folks? Why did he have to hear that remark? Chief Chen very stiffly, at 1/10 of the normal speed, put his foot down without looking up, already feeling the icy glance from Jiang Fulai sweeping over him. Lance went back to the hotel to rest. Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back to Purist Street. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Lian reverted to her usual lazy demeanor, resting her hand on her chin. The nurse said you prepared gifts for the friends who donated blood today? Just something I grabbed casually. Young Master Jiang was very cautious, adeptly changing the subject. When did you meet Dr. Lance? He seems to be quite impressive. Bai Lian's pale fingers tapped on her chin. A surgery that no one in Xiangqing, let alone Beijing, dared to touch was handled with ease by Lance. Drop the seems to be. Young Master Jiang adjusted the steering wheel calmly, streetlights outside the window casting shadows over his cold and beautiful features. I got him here by having people from WMA abduct him back. His tone was even, completely unfazed by the startling nature of his own words. By the time Bai Lian returned to Purist Street, Jiang Fulai stood at the entrance of the alley, watching her unlock the door and enter her house before he took out his cell phone to call Chief Chen. His indifferent voice sent a chill down Chen's spine. What are you even good for? Meanwhile, in neighboring Damping City, an elderly man with slightly gray hair just off the plane held his phone in the chaotic wind. You don't need me anymore? I dropped everything just to rush to Xiangqing, and you're telling me the matter is resolved? How often do I get a chance like this, and you're saying I'm missing out on the opportunity to show what I can do? You can ask young Master Jiang yourself, Ming Dongheng coolly replied to him. The old man was at a loss for words, then turned around and boarded the plane again. Never mind, the answer isn't that important. To just change routes and return to Jiangjing. That's what he would do. When Bai Lian came back, Ji Heng had not gone to sleep yet. He was sitting in the living room, embroidering by lamplight with his glasses on. She told him the news of Shenqing's successful surgery. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept for 2 days, and now that Shenqing's surgery was successful, Ji Heng didn't have to be scared and anxious anymore. He could take turns with Ji Xiaojun watching over Shenqing. As soon as Bai Lian spoke, Ji Hung set aside what he was doing and headed to the hospital. After Ji Hung had left, Bai Lian went back to her room. She changed into a new outfit and left the house with her phone. 10 o'clock. At the dining table, Su-in cursed Luan Yulin, that old fox, for not giving away a single piece of information. Instead, he had been forced to drink a lot. Mr. Luan, outside the Wanha building, Su-in watched Luan Yulin get into his car, looking forward to working together. Luan Yulin had a face that seemed gentle, a stark contrast to the sinuous snake tattoo on his neck. Mr. Su, I have to make another stop at Bakhtur Street, so we'll have to take a rain check on the drinks. Hearing Bakhtur Street, Su-in's expression shifted slightly. After Luan Yulin's car drove away, the smile on Su-in's face disappeared, and just as he was about to leave with a stern face, he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian across the street. Why are you out here so late? Su-in approached, following Bai Lian's gaze to where she had been watching Luan Yulin leave. His expression changed slightly. Were you looking for Mr. Luan? Bai Lian shifted her gaze, clad in all black with a snug outfit, her sleeves and pants tightly cinched. A black belt embroidered with gold patterns tightly wrapped her clothing. 2 crossed wooden hairpins stably secured her hair at the back of her head. She looked like a rose mallow blended into the darkness of the night. Because Su-in had been very concerned about Shenqing's situation, and had made many arrangements beforehand, Bai Lian was relatively friendly towards him. This is ridiculous. Your uncle's attitude was clearly telling you that he doesn't want to involve you. This Mr. Luan is not simple. Don't be rash, Su-in, observing Bai Lian's casual demeanor, knew she wasn't taking his words to heart, so he spoke more sternly. His name is Luan Yulin. You might not have heard of him, but there are people from Bakhtur Street behind him, and it's said that he's also connected to the Qinglong bar. Mr. Su, Miss Bai probably hasn't heard of him. An assistant interrupted from behind Su-in. The assistant looked at Bai Lian with a different explanation. The number of people who have leaped to their deaths because of him isn't 20. Then it's at least 10, yet he remains unscathed, exploiting the loopholes in the law. Don't you understand? So this is the trap he laid for my uncle and others? Bai Lian nodded, smiling faintly. Don't you? Su-in was genuinely worried about her at that moment. Rumble, rumble. The sound of motorcycles suddenly roared to life at the street corner. A line of more than 10 bikes roaring past one by one. The noise startled Su-in and the others. Screech, the leading motorcycle stopped in front of Bai Lian. The rider took off his helmet, propping himself up with one foot on the ground, revealing a head full of blonde hair as he shouted at Bai Lian. Sis, we've been following him. Sis. Sis. More than 10 voices called out from behind, thunderous and deafening. Chapter 196. 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update, _1 Xiaoqi. Give your helmet to your sister. Huang Mao called out to the person behind him. Xiaoqi took off the helmet and tossed the black motorcycle and the helmet to Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't even look, she just reached out and caught them. The original owner knew how to street race. Almost the moment she touched the motorcycle, she knew how to drive it. She secured the helmet on her head with one hand and gripped the handlebar with the other. Her long legs straddled the bike, and with one foot planted on the ground, she glanced at Su-in before flipping down the visor. Don't worry. As soon as she had spoken, she slowly bent forward, her gaze icy as she looked straight ahead. The black, streamlined body of the bike blended with her clothes, radiating an innate defiance and wildness. With the rev of the engine, rumbling loudly, the motorcycle shot off like a wild horse, hugging the turn and vanishing down the street in a flash. Elegant yet brazen. A gang of youngsters arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Only Xiaoqi remained behind, standing still for a while before slowly heading back to Bakhtur Street with his cell phone. He only gave Su-in a brief glance, nodding at him politely. It took Su-in a good while to come back to his senses. He could never have imagined that Bai Lian, who usually looked so gentle, even somewhat docile in front of Ji Hung, would be so adept at hugging a turn on a bike. By the time the motorcycle was out of sight at the street corner, the assistant finally found his voice and turned to Su-in. President Su, this? He had never seen such a scene before. Even before coming to Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had mentioned that Bai Lian was tough and would do anything. But this was their first time seeing Bai Lian street racing. Just like those unruly youths from moments ago. It's no wonder they were the kind of people who needed Su En to arrange a school for them. Forget it, Su En said with a headache, pressing his temples. Don't tell Mulan about this. It's fine as long as she's meeting with President Liu. If we can't get this case, it's time for us to head back to Jiangjing, the assistant said, opening the car door for Su En to get in. They had come for Xiangcheng's tourism, but now with Luan Yulin here, it seemed like their opportunity was gone. Reluctant to return with the information they had barely obtained, he felt somewhat discontent. Bar VIP room. Luan Yulin, with a cigarette between his fingers, used his polished leather shoe to lift the chin of an old lady kneeling on the floor. He smiled with a sinister softness. You lead the signing, or you know what I'm capable of, don't you? I really don't want to resort to such bloody measures. The old lattice gaze was fixed firmly on Luan Yulin's face. Break one of her hands, Luan Yulin said as he flicked off some ash and turned his head. Bang! The door to the VIP room was flung open. Bai Lian strode in with Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. Didn't I say, Luan Yulin turned to the door, his eyes dark and ominous, that no one should come in? The old lady lifted her head, immediately recognizing Bai Lian as the woman she had seen at the hospital that morning. Anxious, she blurted out. Youths, why have you come here? From the Yongfu residential area too? Luan Yulin squinted at Bai Lian, Mao Kuan, and the others. Take them all down too. Bai Lian didn't even look at Luan Yulin, but walked forward a few steps and helped the old lady up. Bang bang. The few men who came to grab Bai Lian didn't even touch her before being kicked to the ground one by Mao Kuan. Are you alright? Bai Lian eyed the old lady up and down, making sure she was unharmed, then instructed Xiaowu to help the lady to the side, to avoid any accidental injuries. Before being led away, the old lady looked at Bai Lian in surprise. When had Ji Xiaojun gotten such a fierce niece? Mao Kun's moves alerted Luan Yulin that something was amiss. He put out his cigarette and stealthily pressed his phone for a rescue call while asking warily, Who are you? Who am I? Bai Lian reached for a bottle of unopened liquor on the table. Weighing it in her hand, she curled her lip at Luan Yulin. Her pitch-black, cold eyes, however, held no trace of a smile. Raising her hand, she smashed the bottle right onto Luan Yulin's head. Smack. Blood streamed down Luan Yulin's forehead as he suddenly looked up. You dare? Mao Kuan swiftly stepped aside. What wouldn't I dare? Bai Lian pulled out a tissue, looked down, and meticulously wiped her hands clean. As soon as her words fell, there was another bang. Luan Yulin was kicked so hard that he landed on the table, causing glasses to clatter and shatter to the floor. You're asking for death. Luan Yulin was pinned down by Bai Lian's boot on his chest. He could feel his ribs breaking. Spitting out blood, Luan Yulin realized that Bai Lian was just as dangerous as he was. He sneered, looking up at her. That woman I beat up the other day, who is she to you? Haha, are you angry? So what, can you call the police to arrest me? Aren't you still powerless against me? Chapter 197, 073, but she is Bai Lian. Second update. _2 Bai Lian slowly squatted down, her slender, pale fingers casually picking up a piece of glass. She pressed the glass against Luan Yulin's cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Gazing at Luan Yulin, Bai Lian calmly took the cigarette Mao Kuan handed her, and spoke with an offhand air. You really are ridiculous, asking me to call the police? The blood on Luan Yulin's body slowly flowed toward her on the ground. She pressed harder with the hand holding the glass and even let out a light laugh. Call the police, you say? Do you think you're qualified enough to have me call the police? Her tone was tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Had it been anyone else, anyone at all, whether it be Lu Lingxi or Director Chen or their ilk, any of them might have talked to Luan Yulin about law and morality, but this was Bai Lian, the Bai Lian who had once slain countless pirates with her own hands. Did she need a reason to harm someone? Luan Yulin, who had always believed Bai Lian wouldn't dare to touch him, felt fear for the first time. He burst out. Do you know who's backing me, huh? Back to street, Qinglong Bar. The glass Bai Lian was pressing paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Luan Yulin licked his lips, mistakenly thinking Bai Lian was scared. You know about young Master Mao from Baxter Street, right? Child, the old lady came over, tugging at Bai Lian's clothes. Let's just go. Before she could finish, Mao Kuan immediately jumped up, pointing at Luan Yulin in disbelief. Damn it, when have I ever known you? Don't fucking frame me. Then he hopped in front of Bai Lian, almost in tears. Sis, I really don't know him. Where did this jerk come from? Daring to frame his white tank top. All right. Bai Lian stood up, looking disdainfully at his spineless state, and brushed off her sleeves carelessly, speaking unhurriedly. Take him back and deal with him properly. Seeing Bai Lian's trust in him, Mao Kuan was particularly moved. Then he turned to look at Luan Yulin, as if he were looking at a dead man. Luan Yulin looked at Bai Lian and then at Mao Kuan, and after realizing something, his complexion turned deathly pale suddenly. The next day, Su En's temporary residence. Early in the morning, Ji Mulan shared with Su En the good news about Shenqing's surgery. It was actually a success? Su En, just learning of Shenqing's successful surgery, was quite surprised. Do you know who did it? Which hospital's doctor? The assistant recalled the old man in flowery shorts from the day before. Luck. The assistant pondered briefly. That old man didn't look like a surgeon at all. Otherwise, the assistant wouldn't know how to explain it. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but judging by that old man's disco-era vibes, he really didn't seem like a serious surgeon. Su En appeared thoughtful. Ji Mulan said nothing. That Airbus ACJ 350 yesterday. Su En suddenly remembered the incident. The phone rang once. It was a call from the Su family's main house in Jiangjing, and the caller was old Madame Su. You didn't come to an agreement with Mr. Luan? You know him, Su En replied, falling silent for a moment. The Ji family would have reservations. Su En, you're truly blinded by that woman. On the other side of the phone, the old lady tapped her cane. With such a golden opportunity like Baxter Street, you want work with him? You've accomplished nothing in Xiangqing. Wait until you come back for the shareholders' meeting and see how they'll override you. And that woman and her daughter, don't even think about them stepping through the Su family's door. The old lady hung up the phone with a snap. Her voice was loud, and the assistant and Ji Mulan heard everything very clearly. The assistant bowed his head, acting as if he hadn't heard. Ji Mulan still sat upright, her expression unchanged. Don't mind it. Su En patted Ji Mulan's hand, then knit his brows. The assistant glanced at Ji Mulan, worried. If Mr. Lun's case can't proceed, we truly have no other option but to return to Jiangjing. If Master Qin can make a move. I haven't even met Master Qin. Su En held his forehead, his head throbbing, and spoke wearily. Let's not talk about this now. Later, I'll see if Miss Su can ask Master Qin for help on my behalf. Ji Mulan could not fail to understand the look in the assistant's eyes. Yet it was precisely because of Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing that she also felt uneasy. She couldn't advise Su En to cooperate with Mr. Luan, could she? At that moment, a security guard brought someone in. Mr. Su, a classmate named Bai is here to see you. Alien. Su En looked up, surprised to see the figure clad in blue and white school uniform, carrying a black bag. How did you find this place? He hadn't given Bai Lian the address. On second thought, it must have been Ji Hung who told her. Today, Bai Lian appeared carefree and casual, starkly different from the night before. I'll just ask something and leave. Bai Lian didn't sit down. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a document in her hand, slowly rolling it up and tapping it against her palm. I remember you're also vying for the development rights to the Yongfu residential area. How much resettlement compensation would you offer them? Ji Mulan seldom spoke with Bai Lian these days. But at this moment, she was distraught over old Madame Zu's remarks. The tourism businesses in Xiangqing couldn't take off, and Su En was too affected. Now Bai Lian had to touch on what was causing them pain. It was as if she was deliberately rubbing salt in their wounds. What are you doing here instead of going to school? You don't understand these things. What's the use of asking so many questions so specifically? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her patience running out. She had explained the Bai family's business to Bai Lian countless times. Bai Lian hadn't absorbed a single word. "It's fine, it's nothing that can't be mentioned," Suen said. Although he felt a little sore, he still gave Bai Lian a number. "I was planning to apply early to the authorities, but Mr. Luan got the jump on us and obtained the demolition rights first." "It doesn't matter." Bai Lian didn't even acknowledge Ji Mulan, listening to the number Suen gave, which was a bit more than Ji Shan's estimate. She stopped the tapping against her palm and with a lazy look in her eyes, she spoke in a particularly disdainful tone. "From now on, it's yours." She handed the rolled-up document to Suen. Chapter 198. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath_1. This is. Suen reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he took the document Bai Lian handed over. He seemed to have some realization of what it was. Bai Lian didn't say a word, only waiting for him to take it, without looking at Ji Mulan. She calmly turned and left the room. Suen reacted and followed her. "Let me drive you to school." His place was quite far from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. "No need." Bai Lian casually waved her hand behind her, brisk and efficient. "There's a car waiting for me outside." She disappeared at the front door. Suen's assistant approached, and he couldn't help but glance at the document in Suen's hand. "President Su, what Miss Bai gave you is..." Ji Mulan also found it strange. Suen looked down, opened the document. On the outside of the folder was the official seal of the Xiangqing Demolition Authority. And on the seal was a line of red regular script. Yongfu Community Housing Demolition Permit. A permit? Wasn't it taken by President Liu? The assistant exclaimed as if a thunderclap had gone off above his head. Suen stared at that line of text, piecing it together with what Bai Lian said. He too was in a daze for a moment. In business, what counts is the differential in information. Suen initially possessed information far superior to others, but he hadn't expected someone like President Liu to emerge from Bachter Street and get hold of the demolition permit before anyone else. Suen then began to consider partnering with President Liu. After the incident at the Ji family, he thought he no longer had any chance to cooperate. But today, Bai Lian had brought the demolition permit to him. How did the certificate end up with her? Ji Mulan regained her senses too, as she too knew what the permit meant for Suen, but her mind was in turmoil. "So does that mean you can plan for fundraising now?" In Ji Mulan's eyes, Bai Lian had never been obedient or diligent, always up to no good except for serious matters. But wasn't it said that only if Miss Su found that Mr. Chen could there possibly be a chance? How did Bai Lian get it? How did she get it? Her mind was in chaos, for the first time feeling like she didn't understand Bai Lian. "We can start fundraising now. Go inform President Liu," Suen exhaled, the frustration that had been building in his heart dissipating, instructing his assistant. "Also prepare some nourishing gifts. We're heading to the hospital right away." Going to the hospital naturally meant visiting Shenqing. Ji Mulan was surprised by Suen's attitude. The fact that Suen could arrange a doctor and a hospital bed for Shenqing was already beyond Ji Mulan's expectations. Now that he had obtained the demolition rights, Suen should be 100 times busier than before. Yet he was going to see Shenqing right now? Zu's assistant immediately made arrangements. Looking up to see Ji Mulan's puzzled expression, the assistant paused briefly. Ji Mulan was unfamiliar with the situation in Jiangjing and the circumstances of Bachter Street. Of course, it was hard for the average person to understand. Before this, Ji Mulan, like most people, had never heard of Bachter Street. But Zu's assistant knew that Vermilion Bird Bank headquarters, Asia's largest auction house, fighting arenas, and the most well-informed bars were all on Bachter Street. Obtaining the demolition permit from President Liu of Bachter Street, both Suen and his assistant recognized one thing: Bai Lian was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Suen put the document away, and as he was about to go upstairs, he hesitated. "Mulan," he said, looking at Ji Mulan, "I think you've always been very gentle and accommodating to people, but your attitude towards Alien is problematic. She is your daughter. She might understand you, but constantly keeping a bad mood for family can chill hearts over time." Outside the Su family home, By the roadside, a silver-gray car lingered. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. Jiang Fulai, his left elbow resting on the half-lowered window, the morning sun spilling carelessly over his slightly cold face, looked at her as she got in the car, reached out, paused his Bluetooth earpiece and seemed surprised. That was quick. Went in and left. Bai Lian closed the car door, fastened her seatbelt, and then took out her phone, opening an app. The Calligraphy Association is recruiting now. You don't need to go there tonight. Jiang Fulai started the car remembering this. I'll stop by on my way later. Bai Lian had plans to visit Shenqing at the hospital in the evening. Hearing this, Bai Lian had no objections. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she browsed the app methodically. As soon as she opened the app, a barrage of messages flooded in. She glanced at them. Most were internal messages, along with a few from people following her. Internal message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Chapter 199. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _2 site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Whenever Bai Lian encountered a chemistry problem, she skipped it. She did the biology questions she knew but skipped those she didn't. She tackled every single physics and math problem without missing a single one, and sent the ones she couldn't solve to teacher Jiang. Her solutions were always easier to understand than Jiang Fulai's, and her handwriting was more standardized than his. Almost every physics and math question she answered was collected by the system as the correct answer. Can this thing be blocked? She looked at the incessant messaging alerts and while at a red light, showed her phone screen to Jiang Fulai. It's so annoying. She had already blocked messages from strangers. Every time she seriously worked on problems, the site's messages would suddenly pop up. She had been busy recently and had not logged into the app, so the notifications were even more frequent. Jiang Fulai glanced at it and immediately understood. I'll send you a plugin later. Who wouldn't be annoyed by site messages? Young Master Jiang had once written a blocking plugin specifically because of the site messages. When they arrived at school, Bai Lian got out of the car with her backpack and waved goodbye. She was tall, and the bulky school uniform looked unusually slim on her. Not far away, Zhang Xiais and the rest of class 15 just spotted Bai Lian. He was tall and smiling. Is your aunt okay now? Yes. Bai Lian tilted her head, glanced at him, and slowly spoke. That's good. Hee, I just saw Sister Yan's Weibo when I woke up early. She's coming back to Xiangqing for promotion. Good things come in pairs. Zhang Xiais nodded. He reached out, wanting to pat Bai Lian's shoulder in a buddy-like manner. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, which brought goosebumps to his arms. Zhang Xiais quickly withdrew his hand. My mom wouldn't be cursing me with voodoo dolls, right? Even that won't help me score 60. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the back of the driver's seat. Only after the group of students disappeared into the school gate did he leisurely press his Bluetooth headset. Continue. On the other side, Director Chen hesitated. That Mr. Lu's VIP room, there's a surveillance camera. Now his family has come looking. Jiang Fulai. Miss Bai really didn't understand that there are things like surveillance cameras these days. He started the car, drove into the stream of people, found a clear space to stop, and said very calmly, now there isn't. What? Director Chen didn't understand. Jiang Fulai reached out, took a laptop from the back seat. His pale fingers pressed the power button, and Jiang Fulai said indifferently, I'm saying the surveillance, it's gone now. Director Chen got it immediately. Oh, okay. Xiangqing Hospital. Evening. When Bai Lian brought Jiang He to visit Shenqing, Dr. Lance had already arrived earlier to check on the patient. Shenqing was doing well. She had been transferred from the ICU in the afternoon, and was now in the VIP ward. Learning that Dr. Lance was the surgeon for Shenqing, Ji Heng showed great respect. He poured Dr. Lance a glass of water. Dr. Lance, please have some water. Dr. Lance was wearing a floral shirt that day. His sunglasses were tucked into his collar while he reviewed the nurse's rounds record for Shenqing. Upon hearing this, he looked up. No, I don't want water, I want hicha. Ah. Ji Hung was startled. He thought Dr. Lance was speaking English and called Ji Xiaojun over. Ji Xiaojun had just woken up from a nap this morning and was feeling refreshed. He also had great respect for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, what did you say? Something about he? Chia ka chia. Dr. Lance held the rounds record in one hand and gestured with the other. He chia chia. I want he chia. This was quite a challenge for Ji Xiaojun. Chia. He tentatively looked at Dr. Lance. Yes, chia, Dr. Lance excitedly explained, making a drinking motion. Water? No. I don't want it. Ji Hung, using all his knowledge, still couldn't understand what Dr. Lance was saying, so he suggested to Ji Xiaojun. You should check if he chia is some kind of drink. Okay. Ji Xiaojun took out his phone and searched for Dr. Lance. When Bai Lian arrived, Ji Xiaojun was still at a loss. Bai. Dr. Lance stood up, waving his hands at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had exchanged greetings with Dr. Lance and saw Ji Xiaojun searching cluelessly, so she raised an eyebrow and asked a question. Ji Xiaojun was showing Bai Lian his phone and explaining the Hichia situation, still frustrated at not being able to find anything. Uncle, Bai Lian was silent for a long while, then looked up somewhat speechlessly. He means he wants to drink tea. Finally hearing the words he wanted to hear, Dr. Lance quickly looked up again, excitedly saying, Yeah, that's Hichia, chia. Chapter 200. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath_3, he had been studying Chinese for a while now, and his typing was fine, but when he spoke he found every word awkward. Ji Xiaojun, Ji Hung. Both were very silent. Ji Xiaojun silently went to make tea for Dr. Lance with the leaves brought by Director Qin, earning himself a thumbs up from Lance. Xin Qing hadn't woken up yet, but her vital signs were all good. Bai Lian sat beside Xin Qing and casually placed her hand on her pulse. Bai, Dr. Lance, holding a teacup, stood aside, and after the previous incident, felt his Chinese wasn't good enough, switched back to English. Is this the Chinese medicine pulse-taking thing you're doing? Bai Lian withdrew her hand as Xin Qing's pulse was steady. She exhaled slowly and said leisurely to Ji Xiaojun, Auntie will wake up tomorrow morning. Ji Xiaojun was eating beside them. When he heard Bai Lian speak, he thought she was just trying to comfort him. All right, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. Ji Hung had stayed here for a whole day and night, would go back with Bai Lian in the evening, and bring food for Ji Xiaojun the next morning. Dr. Lance also followed Bai Lian downstairs. By acupuncture, give me acupuncture. It's acupuncture. Bai Lian corrected. The next day, morning, Ji Mulan and Su En routinely came to the hospital to see Xin Qing. You two are busy, you don't need to come every day. Ji Hung's attitude towards Su En had improved quite a bit. He then told Ji Xiaojun, wash the fruit Xiaochen bought last night. Ji Xiaojun went to wash the fruit. The two of them were grateful to Su En, but didn't feel too close to him. Ji Mulan looked at the fruit Ji Xiaojun washed and placed there, and at Ji Hung's attitude towards Su En, which was not even as good as that toward Xiaochen, who was only mentioned verbally. I still have to go sign a contract with Director Liu. Su En was aware of this and didn't plan to overstay his welcome with the family. I will come again tomorrow. After people left, Ji Mulan looked at Ji Hung and said with an uncertain tone, You are not even as nice to us as that Xiaochen. She hadn't figured it out. When she left Xiangqing, she didn't know that Ji Hung had an old friend who was fond of fishing. Ji Hung frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly pressed the emergency bell, excitedly saying, Nurse! Nurse, she's opening her eyes. Because Xin Qing had woken up, a bunch of doctors and nurses came again, and the entire ward was crowded with people. Ji Hung stood aside, no longer paying attention to Ji Mulan, just watching Xin Qing on the bed, suddenly remembering what Bai Lian had said the night before. That Xin Qing would wake this morning. Did she really wake up? A coincidence? For the first time he felt a bit uncertain about his granddaughter, shrouded in mystery. Ji Mulan didn't want to crowd with so many people. Just then her cell phone rang in her bag. She took it out as she walked out. It was a call from Beicheng. "Hello. Mulan, it's me." On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Ji Mulan stood in the middle of the hallway, pausing, her voice growing distant. "Mrs. Song." The person on the line laughed softly, her voice very gentle. "You've been out of touch for the past 2 years. Just say what you want to say." Ji Mulan pressed the elevator button and scoffed. "You don't have to beat around the bush." "All right then." On the phone, Mrs. Song casually snipped off branch tips from a potted plant and threw the scissors aside. "Do you know that Bai Lian has left the Bai family?" The elevator doors opened, but Ji Mulan didn't get on. At those words, the chill in her eyes deepened. Hearing no reply, Mrs. Song understood and thought for a moment. You know, Song Min and Bai Lian never got along since they were kids. Talking about her son, Mrs. Song's voice became considerably softer. The two of them have different interests. Song Min has always liked research, and he's going to Jiangjing University to be in a lab. The one who actually matches his interests is Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song stopped there, paused, and didn't continue mentioning Bai Xiaoqi to Ji Mulan. That's why Mr. Bai also agreed to annul their engagement. Ji Mulan had always been quite satisfied with Song Min's family background and talents. Mrs. Song talking about annulling the engagement now. Ji Mulan was all too clear about her intentions. Wasn't it just to ally with that illegitimate daughter? Anything else? Ji Mulan asked. "You know about the jade pendant that was given when those two got engaged," Mrs. Song said, her voice growing much colder. "But Bai Lian has always been reluctant to return it, not taking our calls." Chapter 201. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _1 Isn't it normal for her not to answer your calls? Ji Mulan sneered. It's not that she doesn't want to pay, she's blacklisted you. Bai Lian had even blacklisted her number. Would she answer a call from the Song family? Madame Song was taken aback by Ji Mulan's words. You should go and ask her for the money yourself. Ji Mulan stepped into the elevator, handing Ji Hung's phone number to Madame Song. I can't manage her now. Having said that, she snapped the phone shut with a click. Beicheng Song family. Madame Song looked at the hung-up phone in surprise. A short distance away, Bai Xiaoqi was discussing problems with Song Min. She still hasn't done this problem? Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen, looking at a person's homepage. The problem was released 2 days ago. How has she not done it yet? What's the matter? Madame Song walked over, asking with a smile. Auntie, it's this. Bai Xiaoqi opened the smartphone app and showed her account to Madame Song. Madame Song looked down. It was the blue app of Jiangjing University. Beicheng High School had 10 spots, and both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had earned theirs on their own merits. On the bottom left corner of the public screen, a bunch of prodigies were buzzing. Day 4 without seeing the godlike Bai Jian, missing her. I wish the god Jian logs on today. Forget it, you bunch of useless things, none of you can solve it. An elder with a long history leisurely lit a cigarette. It's like seeing the scene of Emperor L slaughtering through the app years ago. Xiaoqi, you're actually ranked over 300, you will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Madame Song was very satisfied with Bai Xiaoqi, inevitably noticing the name that kept popping up on the public screen. Bai Jian? Who is this person? She emerged out of nowhere this month. I don't know why she's only ranked a little over 100, but her physics and mathematics are terrifying. Bai Xiaoqi explained softly to Madame Song. Everyone on the app calls her the god Jian. Song Min also added uncommonly. Her physics and math solutions are clearer than the standard answers, and every time a problem is released, we are waiting for her analysis, but she has been online very seldom recently. Is that so? Madame Song was very surprised, as she was quite familiar with the app. Then she will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Next to them, Song Min narrowed his eyes slightly, not responding. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smartphone screen. On the screen, there was a private message he had sent to Bai Jian a few days ago. Hey God Jian, you haven't been doing problems recently, are you busy with something? It had been unread all this while. After Bai Xiaoqi went home, Madame Song looked at Song Min, pondering for a moment. Come with me to Xiangqing this weekend. What for? Song Min was scrolling through the app, not finding anything new, so he turned off his phone. To inquire about the mining news, Madame Song picked up her coffee. And have you forgotten that the jade pendant is still with Bai Lian? Seeking Bai Lian for the jade pendant was an added task. After all, Bai Lian wasn't worth them making a special trip to Xiangqing. Upon hearing this, Song Min did not ask any further questions. How is Xiaoqi doing with her Guzheng lessons? Madame Song remembered this matter. I'm planning to take her to Jiangjing at the end of the year. Madame Song was from Jiangjing. She made this decision after knowing that Bai Xiaoqi had learned to play the guzheng and could even play the melody in white. Based on this, she had cut off contact with Bai Lian. Quite well, Song Min spoke up. Rarely do we see someone with good grades who still finds time to practice the instrument. Madame Song was quite satisfied. If she could also write in the Liang style, that old gentleman would surely like her even more. Song Min shook his head. Not anyone can master that. That's true. Madame Song felt she could not be too harsh. Xiangqing. Suan was hosting a meeting. He extended his hand, greeting the two people in front of him one by one. CEO Liu, Miss Yen Liu. I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. CEO Liu was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a smile like Mithra Buddha. Not resembling a businessman but more like a philanthropist. Yen Liu had black wavy hair and bright red lips, dressed in a black long dress. She looked at Suan's hand but did not take it. Suan was taken aback. Yen Liu, what are you dazing out for? The manager behind her forced a smile. Hurry up and shake hands with Mr. Su? She reached out and pinched Yen Liu's waist. Mr. Su, Yen Liu is a bit shy. CEO Liu also gave Yen Liu a smile, saying gently, when she was little, she used to be very obedient. Yen Liu shook hands with Su indifferently. After signing the contract, Yen Liu left the building with a dark expression and found a restroom. What's wrong with you? Didn't CEO Liu say that Mr. Su is an influential figure, and you dared not reciprocate when he offered a handshake? Her manager scolded her from behind. We finally got this opportunity, and you could have been cast in the great eternal prosperity with just a handshake, breaking away from being a third-tier Xianming. Chapter 202. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _2 Yen Liu turned on the faucet without a word, continuously scrubbing her right hand. Scrubbing until it was nearly red. Her manager paused, then said helplessly, how many times have you been criticized for your OCD? Can't you try to change it? I can't change it. Yen Liu pulled out a piece of paper, dried her hands, then put on her mask and left. It's one thing for industry peers, the manager said solemnly, but Mr. Su is no joke. Even President Liu holds him in high esteem, haven't you noticed? Try to avoid this kind of situation next time. Yen Liu nodded. I'll try my best. In Xiangqing No. 1 High School, it was the second monthly exam of the weekend. Sunday morning. The last exam was comprehensive science. Once Bai Lian wrote the last word, she picked up her pen and immediately left the examination hall. The teacher glanced at the test paper in hand, then at Bai Lian, who casually picked up her pen, neatly folded the almost unused school-supplied paper, and stuffed it into her pocket before leaving. He looked especially disheveled. No, you only brought 2 pens for a science exam? There's no need to be so arrogantly unprepared. You handed in your paper early? Zhang Xi's came out of the last exam room and saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on her earphones to listen to the English listening test, glanced at him, and mercilessly burst his bubble. You didn't know how to do physics and handed in a blank paper? You're doomed. Zhang Xi's cursed under his breath. I wrote something. If guessing on multiple choice questions counts as writing, then you did write. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Zhang Xi's was speechless. Such a perverted question aside from you, who could answer it? While they were talking, Ning Xiao, who had finished his paper early, came down from another floor and unexpectedly initiated conversation. What? Zhang Xi's. He chose to isolate these 2 people. Bai Lian wasn't going to the library today, but to take another bus. walking a little further with the two of them. Ahead was the moat that split open and flowed around the city gate. On the small bridge, a woman with sunglasses stood with both hands on the railing, looking at the somewhat tumultuous river. Her long hair fell behind her back, curling with a lazy grace. Her jawline was sharp, her face pale as jade, dressed in a blue long t-shirt, white boots, and wearing a black leather jacket over it. Yanlu. Zhang Shi's eyes lit up, and he ran excitedly towards her. Yanlu's hands paused. She turned her head back and, seeing Zhang Shi's eyes, removed her sunglasses. "Don't you have an exam today?" "I finished early." Zhang Shi's didn't really want to answer that question, so he opened his backpack, took out a snow-white iris, and handed it to Yanlu. "Oh right, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight." Yanlu reached out to take the iris, its clusters white as snow. "Got it," she said, touching a petal and strangely glancing at Zhang Shi's. "Why do you always give me irises? They suit you." Yanlu glanced at him and smiled noncommittally. Her gaze moved forward and hesitated upon seeing Bai Lian. "Is that your classmate?" "Yeah," said Zhang Shi's very smugly with some pride. "Our Ning scholar and Bai Lian the school belle cutting a swath through everyone." Holding the flower, Yanlu looked towards Ning Xiao and Bai Lian as they approached. It was Sunday today. Bai Lian wore a white and green long dress, with a meticulously tailored white collared shirt embroidered with green grape bunches and deep brown vines. The white-green gradient dress had a wide hem that swung gently with her footsteps, revealing the green and purple grapes as well as the emerald leaves embroidered into the dress by Ji Hung. Such beautiful clothes. But the girl's face was even more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes, pretty and lazy, squinted slightly, and the sunlight shining on her jaw was like light reflecting off ice and snow. "Your classmate is so beautiful." Even Yanlu, accustomed to the many handsome men and beautiful women of the entertainment industry, was stunned by this sudden surge of beauty. "Of course." Zhang Shi spoke, then introduced Yanlu to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. With the flowers in hand, Yanlu said to Bai Lian, "Classmate, if my agent saw you, he'd definitely force you into the entertainment circle. If you entered the circle, you'd be a hit anywhere you went." After exchanging greetings, Zhang Shi's wanted to take Yanlu for a walk, so he said to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. "Yanlu was just enjoying the scenery. I'll take her for a stroll, we want to accompany you too." Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, enjoying the scenery? She somehow felt Yanlu was more inclined to jump off the bridge. In a coffee shop in downtown Xiangqing, as soon as Bai Lian got off the bus, she saw Ji Hung waiting there. Ji Hung was wearing a black long coat, talking to Director Qin. "After they get discharged from the hospital in a while, we'll go fishing." Chapter 203. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _3. How is your sister-in-law feeling? Director Chen hadn't visited Shenqing today. He only dropped Ji Hung off here. "I see Brother Ji has been in good spirits these past 2 days. "Not bad," Ji Hung replied, looking down and taking a drag from his cigarette. It was only when he saw Bai Lian get out of the car that he said, "She's here now. You don't have to wait with me anymore." "Miss Bai." Director Chen straightened up as he saw Bai Lian. He called Ji Hung uncle and Ji Xiaojun brother. And he still called Bai Lian Miss Bai. After all, everyone addressed each other in their own way. Standing 2 steps away, Bai Lian looked through the glass and saw the elegantly dressed Madame Song. As Ji Hung walked over, she listened to an English recording and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" "Don't ask." Ji Hung exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice unclear. He stubbed out his cigarette before entering the coffee shop. Sitting by the window inside the coffee shop, Madame Song was sitting upright. She had been holding her coffee and had noticed Ji Hung and Director Chen at the door for some time. Ji Hung was wearing the kind of traditional Chinese attire he made himself, the very picture of a common man from Xiangqing. Madame Song hadn't paid much attention until Bai Lian walked in with Ji Hung. Only then did she realize that this man was likely Bai Lian's grandfather, Ji Mulan's father. "Mr. Ji, hello." Madame Song greeted Ji Hung very politely, inviting both to sit across from her and ordering coffee for them. "Bai Ao will drink, right?" No need, Bai Lian said, sitting next to Ji Hung, tapping her fingertips on the table. Just speak directly to me if you have something to say. Song Min hasn't arrived yet, said Madame Song, somewhat embarrassed. She had called Song Min, speaking in a low voice. Alien and her grandfather are here. Where are you? At the other end of the phone, Song Min hesitated before replying. I was discussing a topic with Xiaoqi and forgot. Give me 10 minutes. Madame Song had long been aware that Song Min wasn't very concerned about matters regarding Bai Lian. She looked up, helplessly explaining to Ji Hung and Bai Lian. Ji Hung had always been a man of few words. He set his pipe on the table, grunted in acknowledgement, and said no more. Bai Lian glanced at Ji Hung, and seeing that he was still waiting, she closed her reading app and sent a message back to Lance on WeChat. Only then did she open an app, took a pen and a neatly folded piece of paper from the hidden pocket of her long skirt, and began to work on a question. A newly released question on optical physics. Not overly difficult, she glanced at it, quickly sketched the refraction angles on the paper, and began writing down the solution at a measured pace. Ji Hung watched from the side. She never used a ruler when she drew. By the time Song Min arrived, Bai Lian had just finished writing. She was taking a photo of the analysis she had completed. He's here, Madame Song stood, allowing Song Min to come over, then turned to introduce him to Ji Hung. This is my son. Ji Hung looked up, turning his attention to Song Min. He had heard from Ji Mulan the previous night that Bai Lian was quite fond of this young man. Today, he was here to see for himself. Song Min, tall and long-legged, sat next to Madame Song, making the space feel a bit cramped. His demeanor was cold, and he only spared Ji Hung a glance. Hello. As for Bai Lian, he didn't even look at her. He just casually took out his phone and lowered his head to open a question bank. Outside, Director Chen hadn't left yet. He was waiting here, ready to take Bai Lian and Ji Hung back later. When he looked up, he saw Song Min sitting opposite Bai Lian, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly took a photo and sent it to Jiang Fulai. Not good, young Master Jiang. Miss Bai is on a blind date. Song Min is using the Jiangjing University app. He prefers to solve problems online, and is even ranked in the top 50 for this month, said Madame Song to Ji Hung, smiling as she spoke. Song Min had always been someone to be proud of. However, the two people across from her had no reaction. Madame Song paused, then shook her head. Ji Hung probably didn't know what that was. And as for Bai Lian, she previously tried to cheat her way to getting that spot but didn't succeed, so she likely didn't understand what the ranking meant. This is the situation, Mr. Ji. Madame Song decided to be direct. The children were previously engaged, and we gave Alien a jade pendant. Now that the engagement has been called off, do you think the jade pendant should be returned? I know it was the Song family's fault for breaking off the engagement, and this is our compensation. She pushed forward a bank card. Now that Bai Lian had left the Bai family, seeing her with her grandfather, they must need money. Ji Hung didn't say a word, nor did he look at the bank card, simply turning his head to gaze at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was busy uploading her answer to the app. On hearing this, she slightly raised her head. The light came through the window and fell upon her face, lending her marble-like complexion an extra hint of rosy allure. However, her dark eyes were clearly puzzled. Jade pendant? She searched her mind for this detail, trying to recall the jade pendant. Bai Lian remained silent, and no sound came from the coffee table. Madame Song put down her coffee cup and quietly watched Bai Lian, knowing that today it would be difficult to get the jade pendant back. Song Min finally looked up, directly at Bai Lian for the first time. What exactly do you want this time to give up the jade pendant? Another million in compensation? Or perhaps, I could try my best to talk to the school authorities and help you apply for a spot on the Jiangjing University app. How about that? Would you hand over the jade pendant then? Chapter 204. 076. Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _1 Song Min was the biggest dark horse at Beiqing High School in recent years. His rank was closing in on Jiangjing. If he stepped forward to negotiate with the school, there was a very good chance they would vie for this spot. Of course, as the negotiator, Song-min would also assure the school of his rank in the next joint exam. Song-min didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Lian like this. He knew that Bai Lian had always coveted this spot, so he threw her this irresistible bait directly. Ji Hung was unaware of the matter regarding the jade pendant. When he received the call from Mrs. Song, she was afraid that mentioning the jade pendant to Ji Hung would give Bai Lian an excuse not to come, so she deliberately concealed it. He thought he was here to meet Song-min today. Only when Song-min spoke up did he realize the intention of the two people from the Song family. Ji Hung, who was usually silent and reticent, suddenly stood up, burning with rage. "What do you mean by this?" Bai Lian was still thinking about the jade pendant. Seeing Ji Hung stand up, she hurriedly followed suit, patting his back and trying to soothe him. "Grandpa, don't be angry." Mrs. Song across from them was also taken aback. How could she have expected that what seemed to be an honest and simple old man from the 18th tier Xiangqing could burst into such a formidable aura when agitated, even stronger than many others she had met? "Mr. Ji," Mrs. Song hesitated inwardly but put away her contempt. "Please don't be angry. This is a matter between the Song and Bai families, and Mr. Bai has already given his consent. It would be one thing to give you anything else, but this jade pendant is an heirloom of the Song family. We have come with enough sincerity to reclaim it, and I will agree to any conditions you put forth." At this point, Mrs. Song felt somewhat of a headache. Of course, except for the engagement. You know, Alien has left the Bai family, and our Song-min will certainly not stay in Beijing in the future. They are simply not suitable for each other. Of course, I hope you will cooperate while I am still able to speak to you reasonably otherwise. Mrs. Song cut straight to the point with a smile. She didn't spell it out, but what she implied was that Bai Lian was simply not worthy of Song-min. The gap between them was too wide. She was able to speak kindly to the Ji family now, but if she lost patience, the Song family could enforce their will directly, and Bai Lian would get nothing. Powerful families always stress equal social standing. If Bai Lian herself had a bit more merit, Mrs. Song might have reconsidered, but unfortunately, she did not. Next to Mrs. Song, Song-min was watching Bai Lian with indifference, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "You too." Bai Lian, having calmed Ji Hung, turned her head. Her appearance was always deceiving, and now as she faced them, with suppressed eyebrows and a compelling presence, she smiled at them and said languidly, "If your brains are bad, that's fine, but make sure to keep yourselves healthy, otherwise, you might die too soon." Outside the window, Director Chen shuddered at Bai Lian's "You two figure out who I should shark next" smile. Perhaps it wasn't a meeting for a marriage arrangement? After Bai Lian left the Bai family, this was the first time Song-min had seen her, and her temperament and everything else were too different from the person he remembered. Especially that sentence. Song-min frowned at Bai Lian, annoyed by her sarcastic tone. "You? What about me?" Bai Lian casually slipped a black pen into her pocket, walked out of her seat, let Ji Hung go out first and lifted her pale, cold chin. "If I had that jade pendant, I would have surely burned it for you already, but since I don't, there's no chance for me to do so." After all, the peaceful and friendly modern era barely gave Miss Bai any chance to show her mettle. Living within the law was already very compliant. So what if she was a little less civil? A bit more insulting? The two members of the Song family hadn't yet processed what she meant by burn. Oh right, Bai Lian had Ji Hung leave first, casually tossing her phone in her hand, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and slightly turning her head, she curled her lips slightly towards the two. "Your jade pendant is still at the Bai family. With some luck, you might find it in the trash can of the room where Miss Bai used to live." She, Mrs. Song, born into a prestigious family with an even more distinguished maternal family from Jiangjing, had been taught noble etiquette since childhood, always held in high regard. Never before had she been subjected to such insults. Even the well-composed Mrs. Song trembled with anger at her lips. "Mother, she's always been like this," Song-min, both unsurprised and unexpected. Given Bai Lian's reputation as a spoiled lady who mingled with ruffians daily, first asked the Bai family. Chapter 205. 076. Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _2 He called the Bai family to confirm if what Bai Lian said was true. I had planned to speak a few good words for her to Bai Qiming when I returned. Mrs. Song took a sip of coffee, calming her anger. But now it seems, there's no need for me to do so. Outside, Director Chen had been looking down at his phone the entire time. When Bai Lian and Ji Hung came out, he hurriedly put his phone back in his pocket. Miss Bai, Uncle Ji, are you two heading to the hospital? Director Chen stepped forward, trying hard not to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. Facing the breeze, her attitude was somewhat lax. I'm going to the east of the city. The eastern part of the city was closer to the suburbs because the Calligraphy Association was there, which was in a different direction than the hospital. Ji Hung needed to go to the hospital. Bai Lian decided to take the bus to the Calligraphy Association, while Director Chen chose to take Ji Hung. Only after Bai Lian left did Director Chen dare to ask Ji Hung what had just happened. That was Alien's former fiancé. Ji Hung frowned. He lit another cigarette, clearly displeased. They've broken off their engagement, and he came to ask Alien for the engagement jade pendant. Just mentioning Song Min made Ji Hung feel annoyed. He had originally thought Bai Lian liked her fiancé, since that's how Ji Mulan had described it. But luckily, Bai Lian seemed to really dislike the Song family. You don't need to take me. The hospital isn't far from here. Ji Hung took a couple puffs of his cigarette, settling his nerves. I was planning to buy some embroidery thread on the way. He wanted to take a walk and cool down. He had bandaged his hand at the hospital ward, so when Ji Xiaojun went to teach students, he would embroider and keep him company by the bed. Okay. Director Chen nodded, still somewhat dazed. Miss Bai was engaged? No, she broke off the engagement now? No, wait. How dare they break off Miss Bai's engagement? He typed furiously, indignantly sending a flood of text to Jiang Fulai. Chen Yongquan. Asterisk and amp. % and amp. UN hashtag I asterisk, Chen Yongquan. In any case, he came to ask Miss Bai for the jade pendant. Chen Yongquan was very angry. How dare he break off Miss Bai's engagement? Jiang Xiao. Question mark. Chen Yongquan withdrew a message. Chen Yongquan. Breaking it off was a good and brilliant move. Chen Yongquan. Fireworks, 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 fireworks. Seeing Jiang Fulai did not reply again, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he scrolled up through the chat history, wondering how he had dared to send so many words to Master Jiang. He took out his cigarette pack and drew out a cigarette to bite on, lighting it up and beginning to reflect on his own actions. Song Min and Mrs. Song also came out of the coffee shop. Confirmed. Song Min received a message from the Bai butler, his expression exceedingly surprised. Her jade pendant really wasn't taken. Even better, Mrs. Song nodded, still furious. As expected, the local conditions breed local people. Let's see what kind of splash she can make here. Director Chen exhaled a ring of smoke. Glancing over at the two, he said indifferently, You two actually broke off Miss Bai's engagement? And who are you? Song Min looked over. Director Chen smiled. Just a passerby waiting to see your regret. After saying that, he took out his car keys and went to find his car. Song Min watched Director Chen's retreating figure, frowning slightly, feeling that the man had an unusual presence. Mom, do you know that man? He was just talking with Bai Lian's grandfather, a friend of her grandfather's. Mrs. Song hadn't taken a good look at Director Chen and didn't care. Never mind, don't pay attention to them. They live here. It's hard for them to understand the outside world. Difficult to comprehend our existence. In this society, without a family background, rising to prominence is very hard. You should get along well with Xiaoqi, Mrs. Song said coolly. Her brother is only a freshman and already has prospects for direct Ph.D. admission. Although he's born illegitimately, it's not a big problem. The Song family was targeting Bai Xiaoke because in terms of ability, Bai Xiaoke was even stronger than Song Min. As for the illegitimate child? Nowadays, illegitimate children also have rights to inheritance, so what about them? The Song family simply didn't care, let alone the fact that Bai Qiming had already divorced Ji Mulan. Song Min nodded. his mind preoccupied with Chief Chen's matter as he slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could think further, his phone beeped. He checked it and saw, on the Jiangjing app's public screen. It was refreshing with messages. God of Answers has updated the answer bank. Everyone go for it. Song Min's attention was captured. He stopped thinking about Chief Chen's matter and immediately opened this month's question bank. He had been stuck on one question for a long time. When the answer came out, he didn't continue working on it but chose to give up and carefully watched the updated answer. It was the familiar, neatly written font. There were drawings on top, and unlike the cold reference answer that only included drawings, this answer had detailed explanations next to it. Song Min seriously looked at the question, his gaze touching the edge of the reference answer where a corner of a black wooden desk had been captured in the shot. He was slightly startled. It seemed somewhat familiar. In the east of the city, at the Calligraphy Association. When Bai Lian arrived, there were already 7 or 8 kids seated in the spacious courtyard. Jiang He was sitting alone in a corner, not practicing calligraphy, but holding a dictionary as big as his face, with his small brow furrowed. Jianzhe was bending over to teach a student how to hold a pen. Seeing Bai Lian coming over, he lifted his head, and after carefully finishing the lesson with the student, he came over while scratching the back of his head. "Miss Bai." As he spoke, he shook his hand. He hadn't gotten used to the iridium tied to his hand for several days. After Bai Lian taught him how to practice his posture, he started addressing her respectfully as Miss Bai, especially when Jiang Fulai was around. "The day before yesterday, I saw people from the martial arts gym next door come back. Jianzhe mentioned a serious matter to Bai Lian, but he ignored me. Everyone around says that the gym has been closed for 10 years. There used to be students there, but in the end, they all went to Shiguang Taekwondo." Bai Lian looked at the place next door. Mao Kuan had also mentioned this before, and she nodded slightly. Jianzhe led her inside to look at the newly arrived batch of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. "I have a train tonight. I'll come back after getting a certificate from the school." He was a junior majoring in art at Beijing University, and basically had no classes left. After touring the entire Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian taught a few children the essentials of studying calligraphy, then took Jiang He out to eat. The Calligraphy Association had a cafeteria, but for the large pot meals that Bai Lian could eat, the picky Jiang He could not. She found a small restaurant nearby, and after finishing their meal, she took Jiang He back to the library to continue searching for questions to practice. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were both there. "God of Answers, Ning Xiao said you finished all the physics?" Bai Lian had just arrived when Tang Ming wouldn't let it go. Bai Lian picked up a few books from the shelf behind, and hearing the question, she raised her eyebrows at him. "Otherwise? Forget it." Tang Ming hadn't finished 2 questions today and sighed. "If this month's test is so difficult, what are we going to do about next week's joint exam?" "Joint exam?" Bai Lian put the books aside, hearing the word for the first time. She opened the app for Jiangjing University, looking at Tang Ming. She signaled a question. Tang Ming nodded furiously, explaining to Bai Lian, "Yes, it's the midterm exam next week. Every midterm and final exam, all the high schools in Beijing use the same test paper. The teachers from Beijing make it, and the difficulty is extremely perverse, understand? Compared to next week's paper, what we had today is nothing. The questions from Beijing are difficult. Every midterm and final joint exam, I barely pass math. But there are a few crazies at Beijing High School, especially that one named Song Min." Tang Ming's resentment was deep. "Do you know? Last final, I got an 80 in math, he got 137. Even more than Ning the study god by a dozen points. To take an exam with those crazies from Beijing High School, what is that if not torture?" As he spoke, Tang Ming suddenly looked at Bai Lian. "Wait a second." Chapter 206. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _1 Not just Xiangqing, but schools from other areas in Beijing also face differences in resources compared to Beijing High School. Yet, Beijing didn't care about that. They only focused on making the test questions difficult, regardless of whether other areas could keep up. Even Tang Ming grumbled every time there was a joint exam. The top 100 rankings in Beijing were almost exclusively students from Beijing High School. But that was in the past. Watching Bai Lian, Tang Ming murmured, "I feel like there might be a surprise this time." Song Min. Bai Lian was actually surprised. Even people in Xiangqing had heard of this name. Ning Xiao had obviously heard of it too and enlightened Bai Lian. He's the leading candidate for the top scholar in our cohort in Beijing. A hexagonal warrior, without any weak points. Tang Ming added and then looked at Bai Lian. God of scavenging. If only your chemistry was a bit better, you might have been able to compete with him. Bai Lian nodded her head and continued to do practice questions. When Jiang Fulai arrived, Bai Lian had just finished the questions from the new Jiangjing University app and uploaded her answers. Not busy today? Bai Lian put down her pen, leaned lazily against the chair back, and casually rubbed her wrist. Jiang Fulai placed the computer on the table, his expression as noble and indifferent as ever, his eyes naturally pale, and when hit by the sunlight, their cold light refracted, making him appear even more solitary. He sat down, crossing his legs with elegance. "It's all right, it's Sunday." Bai Lian felt nothing. But opposite her, Ning Xiao slowed down his writing considerably. Tang Ming didn't dare to lift his head, wanting to escape, so he stiffened his resolve and found an excuse. "I'm going down to buy everyone milk tea. What do you want?" Ning Xiao was very calm. "Coffee." Bai Lian, with a lazy hand propping her chin, opened a book she had taken off the bookshelf called Machine Consciousness and flipped through it. "Jiang Xiaoniao and I will have the cherry fruit tea." After saying this, she tilted her head slightly, asking on Tang Ming's behalf, "What would you like to drink?" Tang Ming had wanted to leave, but now he didn't. Inwardly, he was drumming. No. Did the young master Jiang seem like someone who would drink this kind of thing? Jiang Fulai's icy fingertips pressed the computer's power button, and without lifting his head, his tone was light as a breeze. "Jade pendant." What? Not just Tang Ming. Bai Lian didn't quite understand for a moment either. Oh, okay, got it. Tang Ming stood up, dazed. He wasn't much into milk tea, and thinking it was some new kind of milk tea, he hastily made his escape downstairs. Why did he feel as if Jiang Fulai equated to a "you're dead" statement? "I'll go with you." Ning Xiao, feeling a sense of crisis, made a swift decision. It wasn't until they got downstairs that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming exchanged a look, and then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd come back to life. But when Tang Ming asked about the jade pendant milk tea, the clerk was even more confused than him. Tang Ming knew then that something was wrong. He quickly took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a WeChat message for help. "Wait, what milk tea are you talking about?" Bai Lian, with her middle finger and index finger holding the pen, spun it in her hand, propped up her leg, raised an eyebrow and asked, "You scared Tang Ming to death?" Jiang Fulai glanced at her. The setting sun through the window offering little warmth, profiled his high nose from the side. He gazed at Bai Lian, his pale eyes deeper than usual, and didn't speak right away. "Fine then." Bai Lian spun her pen, and was just about to reply to Tang Ming the same way. Young Master Jiang withdrew his gaze and continued to stare at the complex patterns on his computer screen, inquiring very politely, "Did you find your ex-fiancé's jade pendant? Or do you need help looking for it?" His face was as cold and beautiful as always, showing little emotion. "Bai Lian, thanks, but..." She hesitated for a moment before answering cautiously, "It shouldn't be necessary, I've returned it already." "Oh." Jiang Fulai's face remained cool. Bai Lian, touching her chin, took out her phone, typed a few characters to Tang Ming, thought for a moment, and then showed Jiang Fulai. "So is this okay?" Jiang Fulai took a glance at the unsent chat on Bai Lian's phone that read, "Cherry fruit tea, double the sugar for him." Double the sugar? Jiang Fulai glanced at the line, and then silently looked at Bai Lian, his gaze lingering on her face for a long while. What exactly gave her the false impression that he liked double sugar? "It's fine." He nodded and looked away. Bai Lian sent the message, and Tang Ming eagerly showed his urgent request to the clerk. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao returned with an array of drinks. First, they gave Bai Lian and Jiang He their drinks, And then with both hands, Tang Ming held out young Master Jiang's double-sugared drink. Of course, why would such a cold and aloof person like young Master Jiang actually like double sugar? Chapter 207. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _2 Tang Ming wouldn't dare make such a complaint. Jiang Fulai casually took a sip of his milk tea with one hand and inserted the straw nonchalantly, his expression serene. However, the hand holding the milk tea was pale and cold, seemingly colder than the iced milk tea itself. Bai Lian took a sip and observed him for a while before pulling out the test Ning Xiao was writing and slapped it down in front of Jiang Fulai. Mr. Jiang, could you take a look at this problem? Jiang Fulai's expression returned to that indifferent look. He bent down to look at the question. Then he explained it to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, who was still in the posture of holding a pen, looked puzzled. Should he not be here? After finishing her problems, Bai Lian went to visit Shenqing in the evening. She would always avoid Ji Mulan and Su En. She didn't hide this fact, so Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun acted as if they didn't know. Sometimes, when they were about to run into those two, they would inform Bai Lian in advance. But today, Ji Mulan and Su En had already visited in the morning. Bai Lian didn't expect to bump into them just as they were coming out of the hospital in the evening. Due to the last incident, Ji Mulan had a complex look in her eyes upon encountering Bai Lian. Su En, on the other hand, greeted Bai Lian openly. Bai Lian tugged at her lips, the greeting perfunctory at best. Mao Kuan had been squatting at the hospital entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't care about Su En at all. As soon as he saw Bai Lian, his eyes lit up. Sister, the thing you wanted is ready. He handed her a cloth bag. Bai Lian unfolded it to find the plum blossom needles she had requested neatly arranged inside. Ji Mulan frowned instinctively at the sight of Mao Kun's blonde hair. She wanted to say something, to inquire about how the issue with the Song family was resolved that day, but this time she dared not speak. Su En gave her a glance before stepping forward, surprised. Silver needles? What do you need these for? Dr. Lance wants to try our acupuncture. Bai Lian put the silver needles away, answering dismissively. She didn't talk much with the two of them, and turned to head towards the inpatient department. Mao Kuan stood in place. Only after Bai Lian left did he take out a cigarette from his pocket, light it, and glare at Ji Mulan with a menacing look. What are you looking at? Want to lose your life? Mao Kuan, who could attract serious police attention and still dare to challenge the cops, only restrained himself in front of Bai Lian. Other people? Do you think he would take them seriously? Not to mention Ji Mulan, even Su En was startled by him. Once Mao Kuan left, Ji Mulan frowned. How come she makes these kinds of friends even after coming to Xiangqing? Su En didn't speak, only remembering that that night, the gang of youths on motorcycles, the leader seemed to be this blonde guy. Shenqing's ward. Bai Lian arrived shortly after Lance did. He was talking with Ji Heng. "Yi Lake is very beautiful." Lance pointed at Ji Heng's robe and kept talking. "I'd like one too." "This alcohol." Bai Lian entered holding the silver needles. After checking Shenqing's pulse, Bai Lian saw that Shenqing's ventilator hadn't been removed, and there was a tube inserted in her nostrils. She couldn't speak, but it was clear that her spirits were good. Bai Lian was relieved. Lance kept chattering away, and Bai Lian grew impatient. "Grandfather, just make one for him." She was somewhat puzzled. Ji Heng shouldn't refuse such a request. He should be happy to oblige. Ji Xiaojun beside her almost laughed. He lowered his head, pointed at Lance's flamboyantly patterned shirt, and explained to Bai Lian, "Dr. Lance wants a robe in that kind of pattern." Bai Lian, that aesthetic sense was stepping on Ji Heng's toes. She couldn't begin to picture a robe made with such patterned fabric. She didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further. "I'll go back and make it for you." In the end, Ji Heng agreed to make the clothes that might ruin his reputation. "It'll take about a week." "Fine." Lance clapped his hands. Ji Heng didn't understand English. Lance spoke in broken Chinese when talking to him, but when talking to Bai Lian he switched back to English. Because Ji Heng wouldn't mock him. But Bai Lian would tell him seriously that his accent sounded a bit like a gorilla. Acupuncture today? Lance saw the silver needles in her hands. Bai Lian drew out a needle and leisurely made gestures over his head, raising an eyebrow. But I haven't done acupuncture in a long time, are you scared? Lance thought Bai Lian was joking, and bravely said, not afraid. He sat on the couch, waiting for Bai Lian to do the acupuncture. Bai Lian, holding the needle, stood behind him and found a spot on his head. Under the light, the plum blossom needle shone with a cold glint, quite dazzling. Chapter 208. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _3 Ji-hung was startled by her. Alien, what are you doing? Without any hurry, Bai Lian precisely located the acupuncture point and inserted a needle, mouthing to Ji-hung. Experimenting Ji-hung. Every 5 minutes he would go and ask Dr. Lance, Dr. Lance, are you all right? Okay, fine. Dr. Lance, are you still? Anticipating his question, Dr. Lance exclaimed, okay. Dr. Lance, K. Lan, 1. Assured that Dr. Lance had survived Bai Lian's experiment, Ji-hung finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monday. The first class was still Lu Lingxi's, and one of the 3 notorious latecomers, Zhang Xiai's, arrived punctually at 8:01 a.m. as always. Lu Lingxi threw a piece of chalk out. The joint exam is the day after tomorrow, and you're still late? Look at you, fixing your test paper almost made your physics teacher pop a nitroglycerin pill. Zhang Xiai's reflexively replied. No way, I didn't guess a single answer correctly? Lu Lingxi. Stand outside and come to your senses. After finishing a Chinese lesson, Bai Lian, during the break, the students were all wailing about the joint exam. Her phone in her desk shone briefly. She checked it and saw a message from a friend, dog friend. Is this you? Dog friend. Video. Upon checking, Bai Lian saw it was a video sent by Pu Xiaohan. Dog friend. Is this you? Although it's blurry, I can still discern your beauty, Bai Lian. One dog friend. You're one ing me again? Bai Lian. On the other side of the phone, at Beijing International class, Bai Lian's dog friend cursed and showed the video to the person behind her. Watch carefully, this lady plays the guzheng amazingly well. Really? A crowd gathered around. Who is it? Because she rarely praised people. Most of them turned their gaze that way. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, who were discussing a question, also looked over, both sensitive to anything about the guzheng. Especially Bai Xiaoqi. The dog friend, with her leg propped up, raised her eyebrows. Classmate Bai Lian, I sent the video to you. Hearing the name Bai Lian, Bai Xiaoqi lost interest and turned away, looking at Song Min. Song Min also frowned briefly, letting go of his inquiring gaze. Bai Xiaoqi pulled out her phone and a message popped up. She was stunned. Song Min, I think. I passed the first round of Principal Jian. What? Song Min quickly took Bai Xiaoqi's phone to look at it. The message on Bai Xiaoqi's phone read, Hello Bai Xiaoqi, your video has passed the preliminary round. Please bring your ID to Jiangjing Art University on the 27th. I really passed. Song Min looked up at Bai Xiaoqi and calculated. After the joint exam, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing. Having said that, he took out his phone and sent a message to Mrs. Song. An academy member in Jiangjing? Song Min's deskmate exclaimed, Bai, you're terrifying. The others also came over upon hearing this. As Song Min's deskmate provided some background, they all marveled. Not being from Jiangjing, they didn't fully grasp the situation there, or exactly what it meant to be associated with Academy member Jian. Only Song Min, who had stayed in Jiangjing, knew how terrifying this news was. Fortunately, Song Min felt some relief for having asked Bai Lian for the jade pendant back the day before. As for Bai Xiaoqi, she remained calm amid the others' praises. Showing no self-satisfaction on her face, she just looked at Song Min. My brother is also in Jiangjing, you needn't bother. But be careful in the upcoming joint exam. I've been improving a lot in math recently. I'm looking forward to it, said Song Min, putting down his phone and lifting his eyebrows. He liked the feeling of being equally matched. Stop showing off at Versailles. Song Min's deskmate turned his head back and teased them. Can't you two perform a little worse in math, just once, so the rest of us have a chance to live? This time I'm betting on young Master Song for first place. Hearing this, the two of them exchanged smiles. They were right though. The students in the class were all exceptional. And those two were the ceiling for math, with everyone placing bets before each exam to see whether Song Min or Bai Xiaoqi would come in first. This time was no different, some bet on Song Min for math. Others favored Bai Xiaoqi. After all, if it wasn't one, it was the other in first or second place. As for the rest, they didn't even consider them. At Xiangqing High School, Pu Xiaohan was browsing private messages on her phone. Her video had gone viral, attracting a lot of private messages that she couldn't possibly read them all. Today she just happened to open one. Jian Zhongyou. Hello, do you know the girl playing the Guzheng in the video? Jian Zhongyou. Could you give me her contact information? Jian Zhongyou. Please. Pu Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. She clicked on this Jian Zhongyou's profile, curious about who this person was and how they dared to set their sights on someone from her class. It wasn't until she saw the profile that, account name, Jian Zhongyou 1. 12 billion likes, 12 following, 162. 89M followers verified. Honorary Fellow of the Royal Music Academy, President of the Music Association, Dean of Jiangjing Art University Music School. Chapter 209. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai. How awesome was the Daong era? _1 A long string of yellow verification badges dazzled Pu Xiaohan's face. Although she didn't understand, Pu Xiaohan knew this was someone important. She very unladylike mimicked Zhang Xiai's. Holy shit. Pu Xiaohan quickly followed this Jian Zhongyou, then turned around and held her phone screen towards Bai Lian. This person wants your contact information. Should I give him your phone number? Pu Xiaohan said, and was about to send Jian Zhongyou the number. Bai Lian was doing problems. Upon hearing this, she looked up, her gaze falling on the profile page she had opened. Jian Zhongyou? The academician Jian? She continued to work on her problems, her expression extra lazy. No need. Pu Xiaohan didn't understand music and didn't recognize Jian Zhongyou, but seeing the number of followers, the string of verifications, and the Royal Music Academy along with Jiangjing Art University, she could tell how impressive this person was. She lowered her voice. I think I should still give it to him. This person looks like. Bai Lian silently looked up. Her eyes were beautiful from every angle, clear and bright, with black pupils reflecting a clear upside-down image of Pu Xiaohan, like a beautiful white cat lazily sprawled on the table. Pu Xiaohan always found it hard to refuse. She fell silent. Okay, I got it. She reluctantly replied to the Dean Jian. Sorry, crying. Jian Zhongyou seemed to have been waiting for her response. Less than a minute later he responded. Okay, then I will ask again tomorrow. Pu Xiaohan quietly returned to the main page and followed Dean Jian. By the way, Pu Xiaohan always had her own thoughts about short videos. She held up her notebook for Bai Lian to see. I'm planning to do an edition about the Great Yong Dynasty. What do you think of these key contents? Pu Xiaohan had a nimble mind. After one of her videos went viral, many teams had approached her, but she hadn't accepted any offers. She wanted to post content that she liked. Bai Lian was originally doing her problems when Pu Xiaohan spoke, and her hand hesitated for a moment. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice. She excitedly chatted with Bai Lian. I've edited a collection of figures from the Great Yong Dynasty, and I've already scheduled the character charts. I'll post it tonight. Can you take a look for me? As she spoke, she wanted to show Bai Lian the edited video on her phone. I am not good at this kind of thing. Bai Lian paused, continuing to write with her pen, her voice emotionless. Aren't you reviewing? Bai Lian wasn't lying. She really didn't know how to edit. I'm reviewing and editing at the same time. Pu Xiaohan said, excited about her own ideas. Chapter 210. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai. How awesome was the Daong era? _2 Bai Lian held her chopsticks, slightly leaning against the back of her chair. She seemed languid all day, her mood not very high. She spoke at a leisurely pace. I don't know him. I know. Zhang Xiais was very excited, filling in Pu Xiaohan with information. One of the shareholders of Time Entertainment, he even came to Xiangqing with Sister Yan this time. He's Sister Yan's boss and also a philanthropist, having donated a lot to orphanages. There were many media reports about General Manager Liu's charity work. Time Entertainment, that's Manzai's company. Wang Qi chimed in cheerfully. Zhang Xiais shot him a glance. What man she? She's not even as pretty as my sister Yan. Why don't you stand my sister Yan? Yan Lu. Wang Qi shook his head. No way, she's ranked several tiers below Manxi. Manxi is list, your sister Yan is, okay C list, happy now? Can you even compare? Plus, Manxi is the entertainment industry's recognized goddess beauty. Her acting is great, and she can sing too. My sister Yan is clearly prettier. Zhang Xiais disagreed. The two of them started arguing about who was prettier. No need to argue anymore. Pu Xiaohan slammed the table, settling the matter. None of them are as pretty as Sister Lian. Zhang Xiais and Wang Qi both touched their noses. That was a point they couldn't refute. Sister. Zhang Xiais suddenly picked up his chopsticks, addressing Bai Lian. If you go into the entertainment industry, you'll crush Manxi. Her fans blindly hail her as a goddess beauty every day. A bunch of ignoramuses. You should go and show them what true goddess beauty is. Wang Qi cursed him out. Yanlu can't beat our girl, so you're seeking outside help, huh? Sister Lian is the one who needs to dominate the academic world. Zhang Erbi, watch out, the principal might climb up to your bed in the middle of the night. Yo, you're scared lulululu. Pu Xiaohan was used to it. She shrugged at Bai Lian. That's how fervent fans are. Yanlu saved your life or something. That's why you like her so much? Wang Qi couldn't out-argue Zhang Xiais, so he muttered. Zhang Xiais leaned back, raising his eyebrows. That's right. Wang Qi. I fell into a river when I was little. I was about to get washed away. Zhang Xiais shared the story for the first time with people at the dinner table. Sister Yan jumped in and saved me. Wang Qi. No way you're serious? West City Cemetery. The old gatekeeper watching TV saw the woman in a black dress lingering at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and he couldn't help sticking his head out. Miss, are you here to pay respects to someone? Don't remember the way. Yanlu took off her sunglasses, tilting her head back slightly and smiling at the old man. No. The old man glanced at Yanlu, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. Then hurry up and leave. This place has heavy energy. Sure. Yanlu lifted her chin, the warm sunshine illuminating her exceptionally bright face. Grandpa, how much is a grave here? Here? 12,000 a spot. The old man switched channels. He didn't have many people to chat with, so he talked a bit more with Yanlu. Are you preparing it for an elder? Then you should hurry. The price is going up next month. 12,000, not expensive. Yanlu thanked him. I will buy one before then. As she turned to leave, the old man suddenly remembered who she was. I remember now, aren't you that celebrity Yan Yan? Yanlu paused. As a minor 18th tier celebrity, she almost never needed to wear a mask when going out. She didn't expect to be recognized. Yanlu. Right, Yanlu. The old man became somewhat excited. My granddaughter really likes you. She has many of your photos in her room. Could you give her an autograph? He took out paper and pen. Yanlu stared at the paper and pen for a long moment, signed her name, and murmured softly, Please thank her for her fondness for me. Evening. Ji Heng, who had been providing companionship at the hospital all day, was worriedly designing robes for Lance at home. Bai Lian intended to take the bus to the hospital. She hadn't yet reached the bus stop when she saw a car parked by the roadside. She opened the passenger door and sat down. In the back seat, Jiang He, who was twisting a Rubik's Cube, looked up at Bai Lian silently, then sighed dejectedly and continued with the cube. Jiang Fulai was in the driver's seat, his left hand lightly resting on the steering wheel, his presence notably chilly. He turned his head slightly to look at Bai Lian, his fingertips absently tapping on the black steering wheel. Bai Lian casually greeted him, seemingly no different from usual days. He seemed thoughtful. Bai Lian felt that Jiang Fulai must have known she was going to the hospital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been waiting for her. However, once she got into the car, he didn't speak for a long time. He just rested his hand on the steering wheel, looking out the window, offering her only the very sharp profile of his face. Chapter 211. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai. How awesome was the Daong era? _3. What are you spacing out about? Bai Lian opened the app, checking the new questions while slowly repeating his own words back to him. Dressed in a casual white shirt and leaning against the car door, Jiang Fulai looked over when he heard her. I'm thinking about a problem. What problem? Bai Lian asked casually. Why do you always drink cherry-flavored fruit tea? Jiang Fulai stretched his body and started the car. Bai Lian studied the question carefully. Of course, because it's tasty. Oh. Jiang Fulai responded with an expressionless tone. Just when Bai Lian thought the topic had ended, someone suddenly chimed in. I thought it was because your ex-fiancé liked it, turns out it's not. His tone was as calm as ever, with an air of aloofness that was intimidating. But it sounded somewhat strange. Every time Bai Lian heard about Song Min, she felt cursed. She sat up straight and warned Jiang Fulai. Don't contaminate my milk tea. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, glanced at Bai Lian, and then quickly looked away, languidly saying, You think I want to mention him? I'd rather curse Jiang Xiaoniao. Jiang He from the back seat. When Jiang Fulai parked the car in the hospital parking lot, Chief Chen, carrying a basket of fruits, hummed a tune as he got out of the opposite car. He had barely taken a step when he felt a chilling gaze. He paused, slowly looking up. Seeing someone with one hand in his pocket, giving him a faint glance, Chief Chen quickly straightened up and shut his mouth. Chief Chen. Bai Lian greeted him in a friendly manner. Chief Chen was very cautious. Miss Bai. Xiaojiang Yongkuan, you guys are here too. In the ward, Ji Xiaojun was wiping Shen Qing's hands, then instructed Bai Lian. Alien, pour them a glass of water. Bai Lian nodded, picked up the kettle to go outside to fetch water. Chief Chen's heart skipped a beat, hastily putting down the fruit basket. Miss Bai, he reached out to take the kettle from Bai Lian's hand. I'll do it. With Mao Kuan not there, no one competed with Chief Chen. Chief Chen took the kettle outside with a slight hint of pride. Jiang He glanced at Chief Chen, not understanding what there was to be proud of just for fetching water. Shen Qing looked at Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, blinked her eyes, motioning to Ji Xiaojun that she wanted to remove the oxygen mask and the tube as she couldn't eat yet, and was on in-for drip. Bai Lian checked Shen Qing's pulse as usual. Uncle, go find a doctor, I think Auntie doesn't need to wear these anymore. Jiang Fulai looked at her. Bai Lian slowly withdrew her hand. Ji Xiaojun also felt Shen Qing had lost a lot of weight from not eating, so he stood up to find a doctor. I'll ask the doctor. The doctor soon came to examine Shen Qing. On regular days, the chief physician talked a lot. Today, because of Jiang Fulai's presence, he rarely even raised his head, only daring to say a few words when Ji Xiaojun asked. Finally, Shen Qing's oxygen mask was removed. She blinked her eyes, finally able to speak. Cough, cough. Shen Qing's voice was very hoarse. She looked triumphantly at Ji Xiaojun. The first thing she said was, 2 million, I didn't take it, I listened to you, right? Ji Xiaojun pursed his lips, he didn't speak. After a long while he then said, next time you can take it. Bai Lian sat on the edge of the bed, one hand lazily propped on it, listening to Ji Xian's words. She just looked at Shen Qing, curved her lips and spoke leisurely. Right, Aunt, feel free to take it, leave the rest to me. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing both smiled, taking it as a joke. Only Chief Chen sitting behind on the sofa. He glanced at Jiang Fulai, who seemed as if he hadn't heard anything, still noble and contemptuous of everything, and thought, oh, now it's really over. The next day, Tuesday. As soon as Bai Lian arrived at class 15, she heard excited chatter. We've gone viral. This time it's really viral. After 1,000 years, as soon as we bring out the Bai family army, these people are still helpless. Everyone was discussing it, including Zhang Xiais, who was very excited. Even Yang Lin, who was normally an exception, held her phone and watched for a while. Bai Lian returned to her seat languidly with her backpack, pulling out one book after another. Lian, Zhang Xi's knew that Bai Lian seldom looked at her phone. Bai Lian rarely even replied to messages. Did you see the video Pu Xiaohan made? It's truly awesome. It topped the trending searches overnight. Bai Lian was quite calm today. She leisurely placed her backpack under her desk, her brows and eyes strikingly cool. Her entire demeanor laid back with a touch of nonchalance. Oh, I haven't seen it. I told you, she definitely didn't watch. I win. A few people had been betting on it. After all, Bai Lian was different from them. She seldom looked at her phone and hardly ever played games. Pu Xiaohan struggled to turn around from the crowd and quickly sat down next to Bai Lian with her stool. The group from class 15 still wanted to linger around Pu Xiaohan. They looked at Pu Xiaohan, then at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head from the book, her eyes pitch black and bearing a trace of laziness. She didn't make any move, just quizzically lifted her eyebrows at the group, still looking every bit the good student. Whoosh, the crowd dispersed. Pu Xiaohan clutched Bai Lian's wrist. Whoa, Lian, you're so amazing. Get a grip, Bai Lian remarked. Your teacher Jiang is the amazing one. Pu Xiaohan. He shouldn't count as a person, right? Suddenly feeling her comment was inappropriate, Pu Xiaohan spit out a sound and quickly changed the subject. Oh right, Dean Jian came looking for you again. She opened her app. Because there were too many background messages, her phone froze for a moment before she found the direct message from a follower and handed it over for Bai Lian to see. Bai Lian glanced over. Jian Zhongyou. Would she be willing to give me her contact information today? Bai Lian replied on behalf of Pu Xiaohan. One after replying, she handed the phone back to her. Pu Xiaohan watched silently by the side. When taking back her phone, she started typing to explain to Jian Zhongyou. The thing is, her one usually means got it, now leave it at that. After typing this, Pu Xiaohan then deleted it one by one. Hello, this one actually means she is unwilling. Bai Lian didn't concern herself with what she was typing. Rather, she rested her chin in her hand, squinting out the window. After so long, she had flipped through many books of this era. The only books she hadn't flipped through were history books. The only thing she hadn't looked up was the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid of seeing a brief description like, by Zhongyu, year 4 to 32 of the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid that a brief sentence in a history book would mark the end of their lives. Bai Lian faced the morning sun outside the window, stretching out her hand to let the sunlight fall on her palm, then gently closed it. It was warm. She thought she was truly alive. Let me see it, she said. See what? Pu Xiaohan didn't understand. Bai Lian looked at her phone quietly saying, the video you made. Oh sure. Pu Xiaohan had been reluctant to bring up the video, feeling that whenever she mentioned these things, Bai Lian exuded an inexplicable sadness. But today, the sadness about her seemed much less than yesterday. Pu Xiaohan opened the video she posted last night and handed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian bowed her head and watched quietly. The black screen, following the music and the opera vocals swelling from soft to loud, gradually revealed hues of ink and brush boom. With a forceful drum beat, a line of bold white characters suddenly appeared. Just how formidable was the era of the Great Yong Dynasty? Chapter 212. The Unstoppable by Family's Young Miss returns. Second update. _1 The first image that followed was of a man in white wearing a ceremonial headdress, with the caption, Brilliant Strategies, trampling over Jiangjing with the Emperor Jiangwudi. The next image was of a kindly old man, with the caption, Teacher of the Universe, the greatest minister of all time, Liang Zuan, whose tax policy laid the foundation for the golden age of the Great Yong Dynasty. General Bai Li, with iron cavalry to secure the 9 provinces. Abandoning the pen for the military, 1,000 white-clothed cavalry out of Zhejiang, by Zhongyu. Alone she went for a diplomatic marriage, leaving behind the grand sights of Jiangjing, Princess Huaiyan. The video wasn't long, just 30 seconds. Bai Lian quietly finished watching it before clicking on the comment section. Just overnight, there were already 500,000 comments. This by family, they must be cheating, right? How impressive is the Great Yong dynasty? Let me put it to you this way. You know Jiangjing University, right? In its celebrity statue square, the front 2 rows are filled with their statues. Among these people, 2 surnames have been passed down to this day. You can figure out for yourselves just how impressive that is. Heart. Why did the Bai family not have any descendants? With such fantastic genes, Brother Bai died at 28, why didn't he marry? Qingyi must have been in agony. General Bai took him out of the beggar's ranks, watched Bai Xiangjuan grow up with Bai Zhongyu, and in the end, could only watch the members of the Bai family die one by one before his eyes. He probably regretted not rebelling against Emperor Jiang Wudi sooner. Perhaps then he might have managed to preserve the last seedling of the Bai family. Liang Zuan must have been in agony too. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the imperial city, pleading with Jiang Wendi to send troops to save his disciple. Historical records show that before he died, his eyes were always fixed in the direction of Xiangqing, never closing. Now I finally understand why the Chen family so venerates the Liang style. So why didn't Bai Xiangjuan retreat with General Chen Yi when he went to Emperor Jiang Wudi with the command tally to rebel? Only this comment had a strangely uniform response below. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family, she could die standing, but she would never desert her troops. Can you imagine? In the last battle of Xiangqing, Chen Yi left with the elite troops to defect to Emperor Jiang Wudi, while she led 800 elite soldiers to fend off 10,000 enemies. None of those 800 survived. 597,155 likes. And right at the top, a comment pinned by Jiangjing University. Surely no one still doesn't know that Bai Xiangjuan is the universally recognized senior sister of all of us at Jiangjing University, right? Yan. 999,752 likes. Bai Lian quietly looked at these comments. There was no judgment of right or wrong. Emperor Jiang Wudi had died, which was within her expectations since she had sent Chen Yi with the command tally to Jiang Yi, aiming for Emperor Jiang Wendi's life. The sun crept higher, shining painfully in people's eyes. Bai Lian squinted as if feeling the heat, unzipping her school uniform jacket, and her long eyelashes gently lowered. Old Teacher Liang, he knelt for 3 days and 3 nights? Her voice seemed very soft. It took Xiaohan a moment to respond, realizing that Bai Lian was asking her. Yeah, he and a dozen civil officials knelt outside the palace, begging Emperor Jiang Wendi to send troops, but Emperor Jiang Wendi didn't see them. Later he helped Emperor Jiang Wudi subvert the dynasty. It's all in the history books, Xiaohan explained, somewhat surprised. Bai Lian, aren't you a liberal arts student? Ah, Bai Lian came to her senses, seemingly with a laugh. There's too much to remember, I forgot that. Physics class. The physics teacher was still lecturing at the front, throwing a piece of chalk in frustration at Zhang Xiais, who looked sleepy. Zhang Xiais, are you planning to score 0 for me in tomorrow's joint exam? Zhang Xiais was startled awake. After class, the physics teacher asked Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to go to the office to get some exercise papers. When Bai Lian went to the office, a group of teachers were discussing the joint exam for the next day. The physics teacher began talking about Zhang Xiais. In this joint exam, Zhang Xiais is definitely going to come last in physics, no doubt about it. This should be the last joint exam, Lu Lingxi said, sitting back down. Long before this conversation, Bai Lian had heard about the joint exam from Tang Ming. During every midterm and final joint exam, over 100 schools in Beijing would participate together. It wasn't only to measure each student's abilities, but more importantly, Beijing's exams were set by those involved in setting the national college entrance exams. Although the exams were tough, the test papers were extremely important for the students and teachers. Xiangqing did not have as good educational resources as Beijing, hence they placed great importance on each joint exam. Why is that? The physics teacher quickly stood up, frowning. Lu Lingxi sighed. There are too many county-level cities participating in each exam, and the results vary greatly from ours in Beijing High School. They don't want to take the exams with us. In simpler terms, Beijing High School didn't want to join those from municipal cities and below in the game anymore. This time, students Ning Xiao and Chenju from our school have a good chance of making it into the top 50. The physics teacher settled back into his chair and slowly said, "Are they planning to knock out everyone with one blow?" "It's useless." Lu Lingxi was calmer than the physics teacher. "Unless someone from other schools outperforms them this time, nobody else stands a chance." "Isn't that a joke? That Song Min, he's being compared to those monsters from Jiangjing," the physics teacher said, exasperated. He had seen Song Min's name in physics competitions. Who in Beijing could possibly surpass him? As the two of them were talking, they saw Bai Lian with Ning Xiao. The physics teacher stopped talking about the topic at hand. He handed over the problems to the two students with a smile, his voice especially gentle. "These are from the head teacher of class 8 for you too. Study them well, and give it your all in the test tomorrow." Bai Lian slowly took the problems with both hands. Her blue and white school uniform wasn't zipped up all the way, revealing the white shirt underneath, her eyes and eyebrows cast downward. "Thank you, teacher." Ning Xiao followed with thanks. Seeing her and Ning Xiao, the physics teacher felt a little better. "Hurry back to class," he said warmly. After the two left, the physics teacher watched their retreating figures and suddenly remembered something. "Teacher Yang mentioned that Bai Lian is very strong in physics. I wonder if she has a chance this time." He wasn't part of the training class, so he was unaware of the level there. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao always scored full marks in physics, but that was on Xiangqing High School's papers, which were not comparable to Beijing's. "Clear your head," a colleague came over, opening his cup and placing it in the physics teacher's hand. "That Song Min is a once-in-20 years genius in Beijing. Don't set unrealistic expectations for your students and put too much pressure on them." The physics teacher was taken aback. "I'm just thinking," he said, taking a sip of water, helplessly. "I didn't say I expect Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to be like Song Min, but it would be nice if Bai Lian could also do well in the other two subjects." It was clear to them that apart from physics, Bai Lian was rather lackadaisical with the rest. "Alas," the physics teacher sighed again, "in my lifetime, I don't know if I will see Xiangqing High School become a top 100 high school, so we won't have to live at the mercy of Beijing's mood." At these words, the other teachers in the office also fell silent. Class 15. Bai Lian took the problems back to her seat. For the first time, she didn't immediately work on physics problems. Instead, she took out her copied biology notes and, after thinking for a bit, pulled out her phone to send a message to Mr. Jiang. "Do you have biology and chemistry materials from Jiangjing?" Mr. Jiang replied quickly, "Yes." "Bai Lian. Suddenly, I feel like everything is fine." Mr. Jiang. "Congratulations." Bai Lian then borrowed a biology question bank from Yang Lin. "Sister Lian." Zhang Xiais was quite surprised as he looked at the thick stack of problems Yang Lin pulled out. "What's gotten into you?" Bai Lian took the question bank. She casually flipped through the biology questions, her eyes subtly lifting as she playfully pursed her lips at Zhang Xiais. "I'm preparing to live and study seriously." Zhang Xiais. "You mean your study attitude hasn't been serious enough? What am I then?" "You're a joke." Wang Qi took the opportunity to tease. Ning Xiao, sitting next to Zhang, also looked pensively at Bai Lian. "Was your previous effort not considered serious?" Bai Lian didn't respond to them, and closed her eyes slightly. In fact, ever since she arrived here, she only saw herself as an onlooker, sometimes even doubting if this was a dream before she died. She avoided history. She was afraid to face history. She lived carelessly and perfunctorily, treating life in Xiangqing as a mission etched into her very bones. But from today, she would confront this life head-on. She too could live for herself. No one gave up on her, neither her soldiers nor Xiangqing. She thought. The teachers knew why she had to die outside the city gates. To be the final straw that broke the back of Emperor Jiangwan. The Bai family's troops would never be traitors, but as the last person of the Bai family to die for this muddled emperor, the armies would wash the imperial city in blood. Liang Zuan knew, but he forgave her grave disobedience. She thought. It was time to make a break with the past. Bai Lian slowly opened her eyes and turned the pages of her biology workbook. From this moment on, the eldest sister from Jiangjing University, Liang Zuan's most outstanding student, the indomitable heiress of the Bai family from the great Yong dynasty who commanded armies, she was making her comeback. Chapter 213. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. _1 Scholar God. Look at Sister Lian. Zhang Xiai, sitting behind Bai Lian, felt it most acutely. For a second, he seemed to sense a chilling sternness pouring out from Bai Lian. But Zhang Xiai's, with little ink in his belly, couldn't describe it and just gazed at Ning Xiao, finally squeezing out. Has she changed a bit? Ning Xiao glanced at him but didn't answer. He stared at Bai Lian, who was seriously grinding through problems in front of him, and reflected painfully on why he had just wasted a minute, then quickly pulled out a math question bank and began to work on the problems. The king of slack, Zhang Xiai's, reflected for a second. Forget it, the country has them, he could rest easy. He continued to sneak out his phone, and made arrangements to play games with Wang Qi and others. Why did he have to sneak to take out his phone? Because when Lu's mom saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao with their phones, she turned a blind eye, something Zhang Xiai's couldn't believe, since those two would hold their phones for problem-solving, not playing games. But if she saw phone in hand with Zhang Xiai's and the others at school, that's it, 1,000-word self-criticism was a certainty. Bai Lian's phone lit up again, a message from Jiang Fulai. He probably guessed she was studying biology. Biology, memorize the textbook. Don't look at the book when doing problems. Broaden your horizons. He must be busy and took a moment to send 2 simple messages. Classmate Bai. 1 Bai Lian slowly replied with a number. In fact, over the past month, she had roughly understood. Biology probably had the highest return on effort among these few subjects. She had memorized the biology textbook by heart, and just hadn't done many practice problems. Biology wasn't as hard as physics, but some questions were tricky with words. The knowledge tested wasn't as broad as physics, it was detailed down to the wording, and could even extend from the footnotes to outside the textbook. Young Master Jiang had only this phrase to offer. Broaden your horizons. Next to her, Yang Lin, with a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, pondered for about a minute before quietly telling Bai Lian, you should organize a mind map for each chapter yourself, make frameworks, so you can remember every little piece of information. After doing problems, we ultimately have to go back to the textbook. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Yang Lin was first in biology across the whole school. She almost represented the school in a provincial competition, but on the departure day, she didn't show up. Bai Lian held her pen and tilted her head to look at Yang Lin, who was bathed in sunlight. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly and gave a gentle smile to Yang Lin. Okay, I will. 200 days remained until the college entrance examination. There was still time, because Shenqing had already awakened and was recovering well. Bai Lian made a phone call to Ji Xiaojun today and did not visit the hospital. In the evening, she went to the milk tea shop to find Jiang He and ordered a cup of milk tea for both him and herself. Qi Yundai had already noticed Bai Lian and Jiang He from the kitchen, and, after finishing today's cakes, he took off his chef's hat. He then tossed the remaining cake to Yang Lin. After that, he casually took the 2 cups of milk tea ordered by Bai Lian to find her. Miss Bai, young Master Jiang He. Qi Yundai seated himself next to Jiang He. Thank you, Bai Lian said as she spread out biology exercises on the table, a pen still between her middle and index fingers. She looked at Qi Yundai and suddenly remembered something. You are a litigator, right? Qi Yundai wiped off sweat with a paper. Ah yes. Litigator? That was a new way had been addressed. If it were this case, Bai Lian put down her pen and showed him a screenshot on her phone. Could you litigate? Qi Yundai set down the paper and glanced from afar. Seeing a few keywords, he frowned. Domestic abuse? That's hard to define. After a brief contemplation, he explained to Bai Lian the intricacies of the matter, how the law finds it difficult to pass judgment because it counts as a family dispute, and he hadn't taken on such minor cases before. But he was willing to make an effort for Miss Bai. "I'll try my best." "I see." Bai Lian snapped her phone shut with a click and slowly started to speak to Qi Yundai. "Then you don't have to worry about this." Qi Yundai could even see Bai Lian narrowing her eyes slightly, nonchalant yet somewhat presumptuous. Without needing to speak, Qi Yundai roughly got what Bai Lian meant. But who came up with the term domestic abuse? Bai Lian frowned, as if she would take up arms against them if she knew who it was. Qi Yundai, no, that's not. He started to sweat. Why did young Master Jiang and people around him, one by one, all enjoy challenging the law so much? Jiang Fulai was busy today. Bai Lian took Jiang He home. Before leaving, she handed over the packaged milk tea to Ming Dongheng. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.